Good evening, everyone. My name is Peter Sieb. I'm the... hang on a moment. Let me just silence that. My name is Peter Sieb. I'm the chair of the Planning Committee. Welcome to Planning Committee South. We're not expecting a fire drill this evening, so if you do hear an alarm, please use the exits and we'll meet in the car park. The meeting's being recorded and streamed to YouTube, so any members of the public present should be aware that they may be recorded, even if they're not participating in the meeting. If this causes you any concern, then please let one of the officers know. Please can you switch your phones to silent for the duration of the meeting? There is a public questionnaire which is at the ends of the tables, which is part of our process to try and get to grips with the new planning system. We'd appreciate it if members of the public would complete the questionnaire and leave the completed copy this evening if you could. Members, you've had one by email. Please can you send the email back by tomorrow morning? Hopefully that will help us improve the service that we offer and the way the committee meetings run. As we run through the evening, I will announce the agenda item number, and then a planning officer will introduce the application with any relevant updates and provide a visual presentation to aid members' understanding of the application and its context. I'll then call on public speakers to present in accordance with our public speaking arrangements. I'll then ask members and officers if they have any points of clarification on points raised by members of the public. And then I'll ask members if they have any technical questions for the officers. And after that, we'll move into debate. Members may seek further clarification of particular points from officers regarding the application or on points raised by the speakers in the main debate through me. The officers will respond to issues and questions raised by members, and the committee will then take a decision by vote. Can I ask everyone who's speaking to use a microphone? We have a hearing loop in here for the hearing impaired, and it also helps everybody with the sound reinforcement system. Thank you. Before we move on to the first item on the agenda, I'd just like to make an apology to the people who've come for the land south of Perrymead, land south of Southmead Perry Street in South Chard. I know we promised to put you on first, but we have an item which we didn't complete on the last meeting, which needs to be completed first. So you'll be the first full application hearing. So the first item on the agenda is apologies.
Sorry, yeah. I have apologies from Councillor Evie Potts-Jones.
Are there any other apologies that people are aware of? No, thank you very much. The second item is to approve the minutes of the previous meeting. Members, you should have had this through by email and it's on ModGov. Are you content with the minutes of the previous meeting? Thank you. I'll sign those. Are there any declarations of interest? Jen.
Thank you, Chair. Both Martin and I have personal interest in the application for Tatworth because we were previously district councillors and we would have corresponded with some of the people that would object. Thank you.
And me, Chair.
Any other declarations of interest? Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. The final item on the agenda, the application regarding Stocklinch, the barns at Stocklinch. I'm the division member for Ilminster, or one of them.
Thank you. On the Tatworth application, I'm the division ward member.
Okay, public question time. We have no one registered to speak in public question time. So I'll move on to the first item, which is item 5, the planning application 2003-708 out. land at Goldwell Farm, Yeovil Road, Crookham. Who's presenting on this? Okay.
Hello. Look, there it is. Okay, this is an outline application with access to be determined, but all other matters, appearance, landscape, layout and scale to be reserved for future consideration. At this stage, it's essentially seeking to establish the principle of the development and the access arrangements. At the previous committee, a number of issues were raised and explored and resolved, but it was deferred to allow an officer from the Highway Authority to attend and answer any queries. But for completeness, I'll run through the presentation again. And just to note, there is one correction. The report refers to Higher Easthams Hill Farm in a couple of places, but this should be Eastham Hills Farm. And a number of the application plans and documents referred to this as it was based on an ordnance survey data, but that has been corrected, but there are still a couple of references within the committee report. So this shows the site which is up here in context with Crewkerne. It's located to the northeast of the town. The CLR site, which is an allocated site, is here to the south, and there are a number of footpaths, as you can see, running close to the site. This is the application site itself. It's 5.2 hectares of agricultural land. The A30 Yeovil Road runs to the south, and we've got Wadham School over here, and Ashland Roads to the west. This is an aerial photograph showing that it's currently 5 fields of arable and pasture land, mainly enclosed by hedgerows with interspersed trees, and the land slopes down eastwards towards Yeovil Road. Just some photographs to show the kind of context that we're looking at. This is the view up towards the junction with Ashlands Road, and you can see the Grade 2 listed pillbox, World War II pillbox there on the right-hand side. This is the existing entrance to the site, which is just here, with Wadham School here on the left-hand side. This is a view looking south along Ashlands Road towards Yeovil Road and the A30. And then we've got a couple of views here towards the site entrance again, which is just over here, with views towards the A30. And this is the footpath running along the western edge of the site. And this is looking east into the site entrance, with a view across the site here. And some views looking east across the site from the footpath, this one, and this one is views to the southeast. And this is the view looking along the A30 Yeovil Road. So parameter plans have been submitted with the application, and these would be conditioned as part of any planning permission. These set the broad principles of the development. As mentioned earlier, all the other matters would be reserved for future consideration. So the parameter plan sets the kind of general development areas, which are these yellow areas, the kind of main road through the site. It kind of confirms that buildings will be up to 2 stories in height, with some 2.5-story buildings. It identifies the amenity areas in green and the play area, which will have an equipped play area, and some more public open space up here with drainage solution, sustainable drainage, and this bit here will be retained as agricultural land. And there are a number of, the main vehicular access is off here. This is just for kind of setting the context. This is a plan of the parameter plan submitted with the previous 2013 scheme, which was for 110 houses, that was dismissed at appeal. And it was dismissed on 3 reasons: related to landscape impact, harm to the qualities of the A30 corridor, and failure to demonstrate a choice of modes of transport. But as you'll see, it covered a much larger area, with an access here onto the A30 and parcels down here in the northeast and southeast portions of the site. And this is the originally submitted plan, which was amended during the course of the application, reducing the number from 85 dwellings to 67, and it essentially removed these parcels of development up in this part of the site. An illustrative master plan has been submitted with the application, which demonstrates how the site could be developed to accommodate the quantum of development proposed. On this plan, you can also see the CLR development site to the south, which has outline planning permission and reserved matters applications are in at the moment. the illustrative master plan shows a mix of unit types and that parking can be achieved. It shows the linkages, the open space, public open space, the amenity areas, and it demonstrates that an acceptable level of amenity can be achieved on the site with a density of around 38 dwellings per hectare, which is based on the development areas only, so it doesn't include the green space. A query was raised at the last committee meeting about how parking could be accommodated on site. The applicant has provided this extract plan to show how it could be provided in accordance with the standards, but this would be assessed at the reserved matter stage. So this is just a kind of to demonstrate that it can be achieved. This is the access plan, which is opposite, more or less opposite Wadham School. And I've got a highways officer here who will answer any queries regarding that. So I know there were some queries last time. The applicant has also provided this time an indicative plan which shows the keep clear markings, double yellow lines around the site entrance and the zigzags, which again was one of the queries raised at the previous committee meeting. This is just to show, again for context, this is the approved access arrangements for the CLR site on the opposite side of the road, which has 2 pedestrian points approved, one here and one up here. So the main considerations of this application is, as mentioned, it's for outline only, so it's just the principle of development being considered at this stage. The council doesn't currently have a 5-year housing land supply. It's currently 3.7 years. So as a result, paragraph 11 of the NPPF is engaged, which means the tilted balance is engaged, which means that planning permission should be granted unless any adverse impacts of doing so demonstrably and significantly outweigh the benefits. The committee report goes through all of these issues in detail, but clearly the delivery of 67 houses, 35% of which would be affordable, is clearly a substantial benefit that weighs in favour of the development. The illustrative master plan shows how the site could be developed to provide the housing and retain sufficient landscape, retention of hedgerows and the mix of units. And the parameter plan submitted would set a number of those elements. And the parameter plan was amended in response primarily to landscape impact concerns, which on the advice of our consultant, landscape consultant, has confirmed is now considered to be acceptable. So access, again, as the Highways Authority is here to confirm, have raised no objection to the proposed scheme. Residential amenity is considered can be successfully achieved. There aren't any issues raised regarding flooding and drainage, and the local lead flood authority are content with their proposals. Ecology can be satisfied subject to certain conditions. There's a phosphate solution for the site, and there's a Section 106 agreement being sought, which would cover a number of contributions to alleviate any concerns regarding NHS contributions and education, things like that. So as a result, the application is recommended for approval for this reason, and this is to be subject to these Section 106 obligations, contributions, which you can see on the screen and also set out in detail within the report, and the conditions listed within the committee report. So that's that.
Thank you. We have two people to speak as objectors. Duncan White is on Teams, so we'll hear him first. Duncan, do you want to go ahead? You have 3 minutes.
It speaks very well. These things look very good in principle, but very rarely happen in reality. I think all members, when considering this application, should also have an understanding of what happens outside of Wadham School between 8:15 and 9:15 every day, and from 3 till 4. Some of the proposals I see from the developer in relation to how they're going to manage the traffic outside Wadham School to that entrance is, in respect, laughable. What I do find interesting is I worked for 30 years as a Devon and Somerset Fire and Rescue Service firefighter. Part of my duties were road safety education. Some of the worst offenders in relation to road safety are during the school run in the morning. This is a time when people are running late, children are running late, and people tend to lose their concentration. I see this on a daily basis when I walk to and from the town past Wadham School, where the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit is laughable. It's never enforced. The developer putting double yellow lines outside of the entrance will just exacerbate the issue. People will be double parked, dropping people off at school. And from the period of 3 o'clock, this is a period where the area around the school is regularly gridlocked. I note from the previous meeting where Councillor Best quite rightly identified that Ashton's Road forms part of the bypass for the CLR, and when North Street becomes one way, Ashlands Road forms part of that general route. You're sat there as part of a democratic process. I think it's worth remembering that during this democratic process, Marriott have objected, Crewkerne Town Council objected, and 106 members of the public have objected. As a town, we're a small market town. There's no buses within that run in this area during the days, one very early in the morning, one very late at night for students. We already have 700 plus houses at CLR and Kit Hill. Until these are up and have been completed, I think it's absolutely wrong that we should even consider any more applications. This has already been to appeal. The new access is worse than before.
Thank you very much. That's your 3 minutes up. The second speaker is Fletcher Robinson, who wants to speak on behalf of Somerset CPRE. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Thank you. I'm a trustee and planner for CPRE Somerset. This land lies in open countryside in the parish of Merriott on an unallocated site outside but adjacent to the development area for Crewkerne. A relevant policy is therefore SS2, which requires that proposals in the open countryside should be based on the needs of the rural settlement in question, in this case Merriott. No reference has been made in the planning application to the needs of Merriott. The local plan has a defined direction of growth for the 3 other primary market towns, Chard, Ilminster and Wincanton, but it does not define a direction of growth for Crewkerne, the 4th primary market town. This means that developers intending to benefit from the permissive approach, allowing creeping expansion on land adjacent to the market towns, as set out in policy SS5, don't have guidance from the local plan as to an acceptable direction of growth in Crewkerne. So would-be developers on the edge of Crewkerne are constrained to stick with the allocated sites. This means that extra attention needs to be paid to protect specific locations in the countryside setting of Crewkerne that are highly sensitive. We disagree that this proposal is acceptable in landscape terms, quote unquote. This site is indeed highly sensitive. This is exactly what the appeal inspector said when he dismissed a previous application on this site in 2014. The inspector referred to the peripheral landscape study for Crewkerne, which explains that Crewkerne lies in a bowl where development has crept up the sides, but little development has taken place on the out-facing sides of the slopes. The inspector agreed with the study's conclusion that the hillside slopes with their faces away from the town have, quote, high landscape sensitivity. He also said that the proposal would, quote, substantially erode the local landscape character, cumulatively extending the visual massing of urban development into the landscape of high sensitivity. This degree of harm to a highly sensitive part of the landscape setting of Crewkerne, in our view, does significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of a speculative housing scheme on an unallocated site, whether it's 110 houses or 67 houses. Lastly, please note that the inspector also stated that the steep gradient along Mount Pleasant and the narrow pavements in places are not conducive to encouraging increased walking, cycling, particularly for the elderly, disabled or parents with children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That held to 3 minutes. Can we do something about the sound, please? The next speaker is James Beavis. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is James Bevis and I'm a senior partner at iTransport. We are a large and well-respected transport planning practice. The judgment that you are being asked to make on transport matters is whether the scheme meets the key transport tests enshrined in national and local planning policy. This policy sets a very high bar for preventing development for transport reasons. The impacts need to be very significant to be unacceptable. In this case, there is no credible assessment that suggests that that would be the case. The planning application was accompanied by a comprehensive transport assessment, and we take a robust approach to our work, assuming that we might need to explain matters to a planning inspector in due course. We therefore do not rely on anecdote and hearsay, and I'll underline that we do not rely on anecdote and hearsay. Our work uses empirical evidence. Picking up on a few points that were raised at the last committee, the site access onto Ashlands Road has been designed in accordance with relevant guidance and standards. This includes allowing for Wadham School opposite. The proximity of the school is of course a good thing. It will increase the number of children, or development will increase the number of children who live within walking distance and therefore who will not rely on travelling to the school by cars and buses from the wider area. Traffic impacts have been tested very carefully. We do not use traffic surveys that are undertaken during the school holidays. That would be completely unprofessional and fails the test of appeal-proofness that we apply to our work. Our assessment of traffic impacts includes detailed modelling of a scenario where the CLR site is completed and the Crewkern traffic management scheme comes forward. Whether or not those two things happen, the traffic generation of the development proposal is modest and will not have a noticeable impact. The impact falls well below the high bar test set by policy and is acceptable. Finally, in terms of car parking, that is not a matter to be determined at this outline stage. That is an item for reserve matters if the scheme is permitted. The parking will need to comply with the Council's parking standards and you will have the opportunity to consider it at that stage. Nevertheless, as your officers have explained, an indicative study has been undertaken that demonstrates that sufficient car parking can be accommodated without any issue. The scheme is acceptable in transport terms and luckily you do not need to take my word for it. Our work has been subject to thorough scrutiny by your highways officers who raised no objection. And following the previous committee, the Council has sought a second professional opinion which has given the proposal a clean bill of health and advises members that a transport reason for refusal could not be supported. The weight of professional opinion is that the scheme is acceptable in transport and highways terms, and I request that you give this very significant weight in your deliberations this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being admirably brief. Crewkern Town Council, I've got Councillor Nathan, is that correct?
Yeah, can you hear me okay? Yeah, that's correct. I can only support what the first speaker said, who put it much more eloquently than I. Our biggest concern is that the proposal for the development of the junction, I know the gentleman from Highways has explained it, but we feel that it is extremely dangerous and the newly enlarged school does attract a lot of parents dropping off children at school, and if they put double yellow lines all the way down Ashlands Road, where on earth are those people going to be able to park to drop off their children and pick them up? So I would dispute that and we feel very strongly about that. And Furthermore, as the first speaker said, there is a detrimental cumulative impact upon the town due to multiple large development sites already underway. We've got an eye on, it's almost 1,000 houses being built anyway, and a population of 8,000 is going to be increased between the next 5 and 10 years by about 3,000. It's almost half as much again, and we strongly feel that the town should be given the chance to absorb those houses, see how it affects the health of the town, and that building endlessly on green spaces, as the CPRE gentleman pointed out, is to the detriment of the townsfolk. We strongly oppose it for all those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adam Dance is one of the division members and has asked to speak.
Thank you very much, Chairman. We've already seen that this application previously has been refused on this site by South Somerset District Council, and then they appealed the decision and the decision was lost. I don't see much has changed realistically since then, because most of the reasons it lost the appeal haven't been dealt with. The access on this development site is even more dangerous than before. Ashton's Road is a very busy road. The school parking, we've heard from a number of people. We all know that the double yellow lines which are suggested of being put there are not going to be enforced because the police won't have the time or the availability to enforce it. So we know that that road is going to be parked on minimum of 3 to 4 hours a day. So it doesn't have any weight. We're meant to be in a climate emergency. But once again, I don't see any cycle routes. I don't see much pavements. It's impossible walking down that road already as it is. The pavements are so narrow, they're not safe. They wouldn't be built in this day and age. The issues, as I said, raised at appeal have not been dealt with. There's already over 600 houses being built in Crewkerne. The doctor's surgery is on its knees, and I can say that as portfolio holder for public health. The schools can't cope. We just can't take any more development in this area. And we keep bringing up the 5-year land supply. Well, we all know why we have no 5-year land supply, because of phosphates. We can't use that argument on every development. If not, what's the point of us sitting here today? Just rubber stamp everything. So you forget a 5-year land supply. Let's show the government that we mean business and we're going to treat these applications properly. The greater impact on Crewkerne than Merriott. So this is in my division as Merriott, but actually it has no impact on Merriott at all. We will receive funding, but basically for a development which is so on the edge, if they were to walk to Merriott, it would take them nearly an hour. Other brownfield site developments still not developed. This is a greenfield site, can be seen from a distance, and there's still brownfield sites which haven't been developed. I've said enough, and I urge this committee to take on these points, but also to take on the point that this has been refused development on this land before, and they have lost the appeal. What has changed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, I have Georgina Nelson speaking on behalf of the agent.
Good evening. I am Georgina Nelson, Chartered Town Planner representing the applicant Gleeson. This application was considered at the 23rd of May Planning Committee meeting with a decision made to defer the application. The principle of development on the site was agreed at that time, but the application deferred to allow further information to be submitted in respect of highway matters and to allow for a Somerset Highways officer to be in attendance tonight to provide clarity. The discussion this evening will therefore focus on clarifying highways matters. The outline application before you is for a development of up to 67 new homes, including 23 affordable homes. The application initially sought permission for 85 new homes, but this has been reduced since the application was submitted in 2020 in response to comments received from Landscape. Development has subsequently been removed from fields 4 and 5, which were considered most sensitive. Determination of the application has been prolonged as the applicant has been working with the Council and Natural England to agree a phosphate solution. The applicant's team has worked with officers to resolve all highways technical matters and have provided additional information to demonstrate a safe access can be delivered. Highways officers have no objection and consider the site to be a sustainable location for development. When considered together with the CLR development, the impact on the local highways infrastructure is found to be acceptable, as it does not give rise to an objection on traffic generation or highway safety grounds and accords with planning policy. Planning officers fully support this application, as all other technical matters have also been resolved, and as a result, no technical consultee has objected to the application. The application is for outline permission only, not reserve matters. An indicative master plan, indicative parking and access drawings have been submitted which demonstrate how the site could be developed to deliver a policy-compliant development. A comprehensive Section 106, including 35% affordable housing and contributions, is being sought. This includes transport contributions, education contributions towards Wadham School, youth facilities, sports pitches, changing rooms for the town and parish, and a contribution towards the NHS. These contributions are all in addition to SIL payments. The development proposals are in accordance with Somerset's adopted policy. The application proposals will help to deliver the housing that Somerset requires to boost its shortfall of housing land supply. There is only currently a 3.7 years supply. We therefore politely request that you vote in accordance with your officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Officers, would you like to respond to the points raised by the public speakers?
Sorry.
I'll just pick up on a couple of points that were raised there. For instance, policy SS2, I think we discussed the relationship of the scheme between the village of Merriott and the town of Crewcombe at the last committee, and I think there was a general acceptance or acknowledgement that a lot of our towns have got parishes that abut them, but the impact of the development goes into the town, not into the parish, and I think actually the divisional member kind of recognised that. So policy SS2 isn't necessarily a relevant point. In relation to growth in the numbers of houses, in Crewcombe, at the moment obviously Taylor Wimpey have finally started building, but they submitted their outline application for that site in 2004. So we've waited 18 years for them to actually get on site. So what we're getting is it's not a phased delivery of houses at 50 per year. What we're getting is Taylor Wimpey delaying for something like 16 years before they got on site, and other developments coming forward in the meantime. So I think we need to bear in mind that context. In relation to the last appeal on this site, that was dealt with at a time when we did have a 5-year housing supply, so the inspector was able to apply the local plan policies fully. I think it is worth mentioning the housing land supply position, because ultimately this is what shapes the way you have to address your policies. We know why we don't have a housing supply, and it has fallen year on year since 2020. It's currently 3.7 years, but officers are doing the monitoring for last year's supply at the moment, and I've no doubt that when we publish our next report, the number will be lower, because it's been lower every year since phosphates has been an issue. What that means is then when schemes can deliver a phosphate solution and have a relationship to a larger settlement and are policy compliant, there will be significant weight that you afford to them, because you're not looking to find just a ground for refusal. The tilted balance says that you start with a local plan, you identify whether there are departures from the local plan, but you also have to demonstrate that those departures significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of which housing is one. And obviously a number of members will have been involved in the appeal we had in Castle Carey, which was the most recent point at which this was tested. And on that case, the inspector was a landscape-led appeal where we were trying to argue that we had something equivalent to a valued landscape. So we had a landscape ground for refusal that we supported. And the inspector said, I've found harm to the character and appearance of the surrounding area, which I give significant weight. I found conflict with development plan policies, which are a matter of great importance. Effectively, Castle Carey has already more than fulfilled its role in providing houses, but because we have a housing land supply problem, and that scheme had a phosphate solution, she afforded that significant weight. And that's the planning balance. It's not finding the one issue. It's saying we understand there are issues, there are almost always issues, but the starting point of appeal will be that delivering a policy-compliant housing solution with a phosphate solution will be given significant weight. So that's the judgment that members will have to make tonight in terms of acknowledging there are harms, but having harms does not necessarily mean that the scheme has to be refused. That may be a position we're in when we've got 5 years supply. When we haven't, the tilted balance does err towards the delivery of policy-compliant housing schemes, particularly, as we said, on our larger settlements. So that was the overview, but...
Yeah, I think that's probably covered most things.
Can I just ask you for clarity? I think you've covered the direction of growth question, but what about the out-facing slopes question that was mentioned?
In the last appeal, the inspector did focus on the landscape impact and the layout of the scheme and how it might be perceived as having a serried ranks of buildings going up that slope. But the inspector was able at the time to say, if I find a landscape harm because you don't have a housing supply problem, I don't have to, I don't have to approve the scheme. I don't have to balance the amount of harm against benefit. Now, we've rolled forward a number of years, and our landscape consultant has had the scheme reshaped or relaid out so that the impacts or the things that he felt were the worst impacts that might have led to refusal of the first submission are no longer present. So his view is that he doesn't have a ground to support in terms of a landscape refusal. I think the other point I would make is that it was alluded to, because we're conscious that the Highways Authority and the Highways officers sat next to me and can deal with issues, because that was a key focus, and the Highways Authority would not be able to present a ground for refusal because professionally they don't believe there is one. I asked the highway consultant who used to work for South Somerset whether he would be able to act on our behalf if a highway refusal was raised, and his conclusion was he couldn't see how the planning application could be reasonably refused on transport, traffic, safety and access grounds. So I think it's a heads up that there's now 2 consultants from the same profession who've come to the same conclusion.
Okay, members, do you have any technical questions for the officers? Councillor Best.
Yes, thank you, and thanks for the Highways officer coming today to let's say, answer some questions. My questions, I've got a couple of questions. The first, it refers to Ashlands Road rather than anything on the site. This application started back in 2020. At the time, Wadham School were part of a 3-tier system, and now it's a 2-tier system. The numbers have gone from 467 back in the old to 817 now. So it's a considerable jump in numbers. And also now we've got 2 extra years coming across from Ilminster. So the questions are, when did the assessment, is the assessment that you've done within the period when the school changed its status? When did you visit the school, and was it during the times when the school either arrives or departs? And also, by adding the double yellow lines along the whole of that road, where do you expect the traffic to drop off the children? At the moment, Fox Meadow, which is one of the cul-de-sacs, plus the other, we're having serious complaints from them because they're getting gridlocked, as well as the parking on the road. So I just wondered where you intended these people to deposit their young people.
Okay, so obviously schools, it's always a perennial problem. School pick-up, drop-off time. I live near a school myself, so I know all about the issues, so I don't belittle that. Yes, I was aware of the increase in capacity and the change in the school system in the Crewkerne area. In terms of, obviously, starting with the safety aspect of the access, we need to ensure that that's got adequate visibility and that's maintained, hence the double yellow lines. It was also looking ahead to the change in the junction arrangement on the A30 when the CLR site and the new junction arrangement there came into being. Obviously, there's going to be an increase in traffic, has been noted already, because of the one-way system that is going to come into force on North Street. So the idea is traffic would then be routed around Ashlands Road, so that will increase traffic numbers as well. In terms of where parents are expected to park, there is a drop-off area. Admittedly, schools never have a big enough area. You're saying parents can't go in there at the moment? Correct? Okay. Well, this is an existing problem. If you wish.
The problem at the moment is because the upscaling of all the buses, because we take children from Ilminster as well, is because of the buses moving in and out. They've now said that the dropping off has not to be done within that inner area. So that's why it creates more of a hiatus on the outskirts of Ashlands Road plus around it. So it's not sort of anything in the solution to say that they can come into this area, because of safety grounds they're not.
That sounds fair enough. The harsh reality is it will push parents a bit further away to drop their children off. That was probably going to be the case anyway with the new CLR signalised arrangement. Parents shouldn't be stopping close to junctions. There are highway rules on that in any case, but this will prevent some additional parking closer to the school, obviously, and pushing that further away. That will have to be managed within the existing highway network. That is the harsh reality of it. But it's something where, you know, parents have to factor that in. You drop your child off and they have to walk a little distance. It can't always be the case that you expect your child can be dropped immediately at the door and not have to walk, say, 5 minutes into school. Would be my response to that. This is secondary school as well, so this is where children have the ability in most instances to be able to walk that little distance into school.
A subsequent question. Was Wadham School consulted on this? I didn't see it in the report, and what was their response?
That's the matter I have to pass over to the officer.
I'm not sure whether they were specifically consulted. I'd need to double check, but that there have been site notices put up, and you know, it's quite well known within the local community that this application has come forward. So I'd be surprised if people who at the school weren't aware of it. But I don't know. I can't confirm or not confirm whether they were formally consulted.
I'm surprised at that because of the impact on the pupils and that area. That to leave them out and not consult them, I find rather strange.
Well, I think we tend to consult, formally consult properties with an adjoining boundary, and we put site notices up to kind of pick up anybody else who might be interested but hasn't received a formal letter. We can't, you know, resources. We cannot just consult a wide area around a development site. I'm aware of that, but we put a site notice up near the school. There would have been a site notice, probably maybe 2 site notices up near the school, which is the statutory requirement to do.
I mean, separately, we also consult the Education Authority and the Highways Authority, and we would treat them as the competent party. That if the Education Authority, they will know the site because they're bidding for funds, because they've got an idea about how it's going to expand and how it needs to expand. They will understand the site layout, and we would see them as the liaison party. That's their role, because they're the overarching body for delivering education.
Councillor Hobhouse.
My questions need answering by the local members first, Mr. Chairman, if I can do that. How much, you're talking about double yellow lines, they have to be enforced by the County Council, not Adam by the police. Police have nothing to do with double yellow lines. How often does Crewkerne get enforcement from the county on the yellow lines in the town?
We share enforcement with other bordering towns like Chard and Ilminster, so it's not a full-time response in Crewkerne.
Okay. And my second question is Wadham School an academy? or part of the Education Authority?
It's not an academy, it's part of the Education Authority.
Okay. We have exactly the same problem in Castle Carey with double yellow lines not being enforced. And the whole area beside the station has been double yellow lined. For those of you who went to the festival, you'll know just how bloody Castle Carey station is over the period we've just gone through. And we cannot get enforcement. Now, what I want an answer from this council is about the enforcement of the double yellow lines outside the school during the drop-off and pick-up time, because if they're not going to be enforced, what's the point in putting them there?
I have to say, I think, do you want to?
I think I might sort of try and phrase that slightly differently. I think, again, if the decision goes to an appeal, the inspector's going to be saying, well, don't you have the power to do it? You know, you, the council who are defending this appeal, don't you have the power to do it if that's a problem? We've got no one else to point to. As we started off with, everybody knows that parking outside schools is a major frustration for short periods of time, twice a day during term time. And nobody has an answer to that. But not enforcing legislation or trying to deal with other legislative powers through planning is usually a recipe for failure at appeal.
I have to say, I agree. It's, you're both council members representing this area. Well, one's representing this area, you're representing a different area with that problem. This is an internal issue, an operational issue, not a planning one. Councillor Whale.
Thank you, Chairman. Can we just clarify? I know it says on the agenda that this matter was deferred to enable a highway officer highway to attend the committee and answer questions regarding highways and access. But did we actually decide on the other matters, some of which we've heard about from the agents, etc. today, at the last meeting? Because I don't remember taking a vote. The only vote I remember taking was to defer. And we certainly, in my view, Chairman, have we decided to defer it for the other matters, as in the visual part of the application?
The advice that I've had is that we're hearing the application. So if you wanted to introduce other matters for debate, I don't have a particular difficulty with it. Mr. Osborne.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Let's hope this microphone works without feedback. Page 46, you refer to there was no response from our minerals team, even though there's 2 bits of the site identified. I think it was for oolitic, possibly oolitic limestone, and there was no response. I'm rather surprised by that. Did you actually go back to the team to make sure that they were quite happy not to object? Because not getting a response is not quite the same as getting no objection.
No, I didn't. But we've consulted them, so if they had an objection or wanted to raise concerns, they could have done. They often don't respond unless there's a specific reason for them to respond.
Okay, thank you. And my second question relates to the four-way signals. Can you clarify what the sequence of events is going to be before that four-way junction comes in? Is this going to be provided by certain phase bits on the CLR, or does this development contribute towards it? So in theory, we know how slow the CLR site has been in coming forward, chronically slow. You could have a situation where this scheme, should it be approved, is up and running before anyone gets around to doing that junction, which does seem to be an important part of this scheme. Can you clarify and elaborate, please?
Okay, I've written down a few trigger points for the CLR site. So the CLR site is completely responsible for delivering the new signalised junction there. There's condition 3, which is phasing to be agreed. I'm afraid going through the council website earlier, I couldn't quite get to the bottom of what was, if that's been agreed yet. I presume it has, but condition 9 on the permission says within 4 years of occupation of the first dwelling, the link road shall be, excuse me, fully completed or before occupation of the 200th dwelling, whichever is the sooner. So it's completely down to the CLR site, either how quickly it progresses or there's a time limit by which time that link road, including that junction, has to be delivered by.
Microphone's off.
Sorry, is it on now? And how many houses has the CLR site actually delivered to date?
When I last visited it, it was about 16, which are on the site opposite off Station Road. I believe they've had an open day or open weekend, so I would imagine that occupations will start soon because they are beginning to get areas that are complete as little blocks. So, yeah, within 2 to 3 months of now, I would imagine it's reasonable to say there'll be an occupation. Again, local members may know more about what's actually happening there, but certainly the numbers of houses going up have increased significantly in the last 2 to 3 months.
So in order to make this scheme acceptable, you are relying on another scheme to produce a four-way junction arrangement to actually make it acceptable.
No, just to clarify, that we've obviously had to take consideration of the changes in how the road's going to be laid out and how it's going to operate. But with or without the CLR site coming forward, it's still deemed that the proposal before us that's being considered now is acceptable, regardless of what happens with the new junction arrangement and the CLR site.
Chairman, I'm doing them one at once rather than that's the whole lot in...
I'm sorry, can you just wait for...
So, I think, as Alex has said, we're talking about 4 years, probably from plus or minus a month. The scheme in front of you, if it's approved, needs a Section 106 agreement. So with the best will in the world, that's probably 3 to 4 months from now before that goes out. The landowners or the applicants are land promoters, they're not developers. So if the scheme was approved in 3 to 4 months with the decision notice in Section 106, there would then be a process of marketing to find a developer. The developer would then have to come back with reserve matters and go through that process. And you would imagine that that's not going to be something that happens inside, a short period, if we gave that a year. They've then also got to discharge their pre-commencement conditions. So the ability for somebody or a developer to get on site on this site, we're probably looking at least 2 years away with no problems. So the gap, added to Alex's point that it's not necessary, but the gap is actually quite narrow between those two triggers.
Thank you. And my final question was relating to phosphates, in that I notice, I think again it's page 42, that part of the proposal to get your phosphate mitigation calculation in line is that you are going to be disconnecting 4 existing septic tanks from other properties and putting them into the on-site phosphate treatment plant. Is that within the gift of the applicant, and what happens if it's not and it's private individuals and they don't want to play ball? They'd rather come up with their own solution rather than accept what a developer is going to put in front of them.
So the proposal's been put forward, which is considered to be acceptable, and that would be secured by a Section 106 agreement. So, and obviously that would be, you need to be in place before any development started. So it would be up to the developer to make sure everything's sorted and that Section 106 is complied with before any development were to commence on site. But the principle is acceptable.
We did have an individual who approached us to say that they had a septic tank, or they drained into a septic tank, which was proposed to be upgraded. The septic tank is in the applicant's control, but they drain from outside. So the issue for us there was whether the applicant would need to undertake any intrusive works on the septic tank user's land to create the connection, because they're entitled to replace the septic tank within their own land, and so provided they can sort that junction out, they have the ability to deliver the septic tank. But as a solution, septic tank replacements is a legitimate solution to delivering phosphate credits.
And what is the contingency plan if this doesn't come to pass?
They would need to come up with an alternative solution that works and achieves nutrient neutrality.
since we discussed phosphates, I think at the last committee, I'm wondering if there's a one-to-one on phosphates generally to assist in the future. Most of our legal agreements, because they recognise that the issue of dealing with phosphates is actually developing quite quickly, are building in all alternative schemas may be submitted, because, as I've just sort of said, we're 2 years away from a development starting on site. It could be that there are credit markets which are better than sorting out a septic tank. So we build in the opportunity that a credit or, housing associations, we've had examples in South Somerset of housing associations retrofitting water efficiency measures so that they can get onto sites. We're seeing more and more of those. So there are a range of options out there, and I think if one septic tank was an issue, there would be, by the time they get on site and have to show us their final scheme, there are other options that will be available.
Okay, just before you come back in, I'll let you back in, but I'd just like to ask a further 2 questions of the Highways Officer. Firstly, how is the delivery of the box junction that's proposed secured? Because I didn't see a specific in the conditions. And secondly, people have expressed concern about the proximity of the exit from the site to the entrance and exit from the loop of the school. Do we have similar configurations elsewhere in Somerset, and do they have a demonstrable safety issue?
In terms of your first question, for securing the on-road amendments, so the lining in particular and any other infrastructure, drop curves and that sort of thing, widening of the access, that would all be secured through a Section 278 agreement, and which we would expect up front through the 106 agreement as part of those negotiations. So that's before the decision gets issued, which is why we don't need a condition for that. But it's on the plan, so it's clear what the expectation is. For your second question, I'm afraid I'm a little unprepared for that. So I'm not au fait with every school arrangement in the county, but obviously we have considered it in relation to all the junctions in the proximity of the site access. In terms of, yes, it is quite close to the school accesses in terms of being opposite, but in terms of the level of comings and goings and the conflicts that would arise from that, it's accepted that actually that's not really posing any significant highway safety hazard. Certainly looking at collision data in the general area, that's very low. There's nothing there to raise concerns in terms of existing arrangements at the moment. Yes, there's going to be an increase in traffic, but with the proposed changes to the road with the linings, etc., in my view, that should be acceptable to ensure that conflict is minimised in terms of site traffic and the surrounding junctions.
Okay, Councillor Best.
Yes, in listening to you, I've almost forgotten what I was going to say. But it was, oh God.
We're on questions, so if something occurs during the debate, you can come back with further clarification
if someone
during
else
the debate.
wants a question, I'll get my mind in gear of what I was going to do. Sorry.
I'm not seeing anyone else waving frantically, so I'm going to...
Right, okay. Crewkern is desperate for the one-way system, and it's only because of the insistence of the Highways Department that we've had to wait till the link road going in. Obviously, the plans for the junction with the traffic lights have been in place for a long time. Has that been overlaid with this new development entrance to make sure that there's no surprises in the future, that it doesn't work when we come to put it in?
You're specifically meaning with the increase in traffic resulting from a one-way system?
With obviously when the original design was put in, we didn't have this offset of another junction feeding houses, which is close to the junction. So my question was, obviously we need the new upgrade of the junction there to fulfill the one-way system, but have you overlaid it just to make sure everything's okay? Because I would hate it to go, if this goes in, that the upgrade system for the one-way system doesn't work.
Yeah, it's been carefully looked at in terms of queuing times with and without the new junction arrangement, and we are satisfied that, you know, that in terms of queuing lengths, and in particular with the new site access as being proposed as part of this application, that won't interfere with what's already in motion in terms of going to have to be delivered through the CLR site with the changes to the junctions there.
Thank you very much. In that case, I think it's time for us to move to debate. Traditionally, this starts with the ward members, so I don't know if you want to start, Councillor Best.
My main concern is that Highways have not even considered the fact that the loop, the drop-off loop, has come into their equation, and therefore, if that lack of due diligence is at this level, I think that's I think that detracts from the opinion of Highways at the moment. So therefore, I think I'm going to have to lean towards the consideration that this is going to be a dangerous issue parking there.
Just stop you there and let the officer respond directly to that, because I got the impression that they'd assumed that it was operating. You're telling me it's not, which is a worse situation, surely.
I think Councillor Best clarified, so it's in operation for buses, but it's not for drop-off cars.
It's only what they're trying to do is, except for the parking of staff in that area, they only want the buses to go in, because obviously unless they have banksmen seeing the buses out, and one bus has already collided with something up there. So what they want to do is keep that loop for the buses. So that's where we are.
Yeah, so actually removing parents being able to drive in, that doesn't complicate it further, because the parents are having to drop their kids off a little bit further away from school. So in terms of how that impacts on the road, in terms of that loop with the new junction and with the junction onto the A30, I can't see how that is going to increase conflict. So, you know, that doesn't change my opinion and what my recommendation would be.
You're saying because there aren't parents going around the loop who act in strange ways at school time, you've got fewer incidents of potential conflict, and what you've actually got is professional drivers with banksmen.
Yeah, it actually improves. Yeah, it actually improves the situation in my view.
Okay, Councillor Best.
Yeah, I think that the whole thing was the loop was put there so that the majority of drop-offs were in the loop, which now, combined with the fact of nearly doubling the amount of children at the school, obviously drives more people dropping off in cars out onto the road network, which I think has sort of degraded the situation in that area. As I said earlier, we are having a lot of complaints from Fox Meadows and the other cul-de-sacs that people are blocking up the cul-de-sacs rather than also with the one side of the loop that's been double yellow lined, but people are ignoring that as well. And I just think that unless we have proper enforcement, it's just going to be chaos.
I'm not going to reiterate on the enforcement front. Actually, I'm having a mind moment now as well. Must be your voice. So, but no, I mean on the enforcement front, that has been covered. But sorry, I was going to say something. I do apologise. What was I going to say?
It's spreading. While you're thinking about that, can I just come back to a question? Did you actually visit the site during the drop-off and collection time? I don't think, I think I answered that at the beginning.
Yeah, I confess no, I didn't. I have visited, I know that site area well. My intention was during school drop-off and and pickup, but for work reasons, I never actually managed to time it with that. But I do know that area well, and as I say, I do know the machinations of how it works with school drop-off and pickup very, very well from personal experience because of where I actually live. So I do understand what you're saying, but the reality is, if we want to object for highway safety reasons or traffic generation reasons, we've got to be very clear, you know, what the harm is, and we've got to be able to evidence that. And at the moment, I can't see any evidence that would substantiate a robust reason for refusal here, and it has to be robust. So we have to be very clear what the highway safety harm is, and we have to be very clear what the traffic generation issues are, and that has to be severe. That is the term in the MPPF. But in terms of highway safety, yeah, I mean, there's obviously a problem already existing with drop-off time and pick-up time. As I say, pushing it further out by doing that, but what is the actual highway safety harm in doing that beyond what the existing situation is? And that's what you have to identify and to be able to then say, okay, we can refuse it for that reason.
Okay, before you come back in.
I think I'm grateful for Alex for raising the point, because the test for the harm is severe, and I think the government introduced that into the MPPF because otherwise all change was kind of like a ground for refusal, and there's a recognition that the more properties you build, the more people make movements, and the more people make movements by cars, so that parking will become a problem. So they were trying to take out, you designed everything around the one bin van movement every week or whatever, so they set this higher standard. And I think the issue for us is that school drop-off and pick-up time is a frustration. In some places it might be, it might cause highway blockages. In some places it might make people, as Alex has said, have to park further away than they would like. To balance out Alex's non-visiting, my son went to Wadham, so I know the school very, very well indeed. And it's like many schools, there'll be kids who will walk in from the town, and there'll be parents who will drive and park around cul-de-sacs for that short period of time. But to call that the severe harm, that's the level to reject a scheme delivering policy-compliant affordable housing, for instance, I think is, you know, us stretching the case, as evidenced by the fact that Alex and Mr. Bellamy, you know, wouldn't represent that case at appeal.
Just before you come back in, am I right in thinking that paragraph 111 limits us to considering highway safety specifically, and not inconvenience or lack of neighbourliness, etc.? It's actually highway safety that we've got to take into account.
I can just quote paragraph 111 if you like. So, development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. So that's the exact wording.
Okay.
The best.
Just to finish off, obviously I'm labouring this point because I don't want to be in a situation without making these points if we come to a situation where a child is either knocked over, seriously injured, or a fatality. But, you know, I think that this is the time to get it right, and I don't want to be looking back in this in future years if that should occur. Okay.
Councillor Boyle.
Can I go on another point, please? The appeal on this matter was turned down on the grounds of unacceptable impact on landscape character, number one anyway. And are we satisfied that taking this down from, was it 100 dwellings to 67, I think, that matter of appeal has now been overcome? Because I'm not sure that the 30 houses on a upslope, which is there to protect the visual of Crokern, I'm not sure that this application does that. I think it's still going to have an unacceptable impact on landscape character. And the third of the 3 points made by the appeal inspector was the failure to demonstrate that future occupants could have a choice of modes of travel. I'm not sure that's been applied. I haven't heard anything that has led me to think that we have also dealt, this application also deals with that point of appeal. So I'm, as I said earlier, I don't recall making a decision on the other matters other than to defer it to get that transport here. And as you said, Chairman, we didn't do that. So I think we ought to seriously consider those two appeal judgments and have we covered and fulfilled those points here now? I say I don't think we have.
Mr. Hammond, perhaps you could recap your earlier words with respect to the original earlier appeal application.
The original appeal, it's not that appeal, it's this appeal. The original appeal decision was 2014. At that time, the inspector accepted we had a 5-year supply, so he was able to give full weight to all the other policies in the plan. In terms of the sustainability of the location, 2014, I think, predated us finally granting the outline consent for the Taylor Wimpey site. But Catherine has shown some plans which show that the Taylor Wimpey site is now delivering housing which will use the same road and has footways that connect into the same road to deliver a pedestrian access into the town centre. So I think it would be difficult to say that the development, that the 500 houses, some of whom might walk to the back of the cemetery, but some of whom will come down the front, is a sustainable route, which we've agreed in detail. And conversely, on the other side of the road, people using the same footways aren't. And the other point I'd just make is on the planning balance and looking at Castle Carey, where Councillor Hobhouse may have attended much of that or some of that inquiry. The inspector found there was significant landscape harm, but because of our housing situation, that wasn't the key factor. And I think that's the issue, that you don't get the solution without some harms. And the tilted balance is saying that housing is the biggest of the policy factors that you're facing. So unless you can identify the others significantly and demonstrably outweigh, then you go with the delivery of housing. It doesn't mean that every scheme that happens, but as I reiterated, I think when we're getting to the edge of a town, when our landscape architect has looked at it, our landscape architect has had changes made so that he could move it from a recommendation to refuse to one of approve, that again, we're on thin ice at appeal if we actually genuinely want to defend a case to use something where our own consultees aren't supporting us at the outset.
And just before I bring you in, Steve, could I just ask, John, could you recap where landscape harm is protected in the local plan and also the paragraph 11D sub-item 1 and the footnote 7 content that we're currently deciding the application under?
In essence, policy EQ2 gives you the ability to consider landscape, local character issues and make judgments on that. I don't know if you've got the summary of the landscape architect's commentary. In terms of the tilted balance, as I said, it recognises that you can start off by saying there could be landscape harm. We could have said that in other circumstances the scheme might have been unacceptable, but the tilted balance applies. But in this instance, our landscape architect hasn't actually said that the scheme's unacceptable and asked us to make a judgment between housing and landscape impact.
Yeah, I do have the comments here. I wonder whether it's also useful just to get the presentation back up, just to show the difference between the appeal scheme. And so this is the appeal scheme, which was dismissed at appeal, which had development parcels kind of in the middle here on this part of the site, up here, and this was obviously part of the scheme with open space and allotments over here, so it wasn't retained as it is, compared to the amended proposed parameter plan now, which has development parcels just in these portions of the site, with this kind of retained. This is retained as agricultural land, and this is retained as natural features, as sustainable drainage. So originally in the previous scheme before that, sorry, let me just go back to it. This one, this is before it was amended, so it also had development in these two parcels up here, which were amended. And with this scheme, the landscape architect did have concerns, saying that because of the inclusion of development up in this part of the site, the scheme is unacceptable in landscape terms. So I've only got a summary here, but that following the removal of those, he agreed that it was acceptable. So actually, sorry, I don't have the exact wording, but his main concern was these two parcels up here and how that would be viewed in landscape terms.
My understanding, having visited the site a number of times and having seen the contours on the map, is it's off the upslope and it's off the high ground, and that's down in a little re-entrant that runs in. Okay. Councillor Osborne.
Sorry, it's just a question about cumulative impact. I'm just wondering whether you could put the slide up you showed earlier, which had this layout and the CLR next door, so it put the two together. That's the one. Because I seem to remember, and I think you put it in your opening remarks of your report, that way before my time, the CLR site, when I think there was an initial appraisal done by an inspector, and this I think was for local plan purposes, actually wasn't in favour of the CLR site where it is. He felt that was more landscape harm than perhaps the Goldwell site was. And obviously time has moved on. The CLR site was the one that was adopted by this local authority, and that's what we've got now. And we're now still looking at applications coming forward for Goldwell. And I was just wondering how much cumulative impact would come into it, in that you take the two together. That is certainly going to have an impact on that entrance into Crookhern, which was something I think you wanted to preserve and maintain, was that rural look coming into Crookhern, that yes, it's a primary market town, but it's also got a rural feel. And with a major development on one side of the road and another development to the other side, albeit of a more modest scale, you're actually suburbanising your rural entrance. So there is a cumulative harm there.
Yeah, just to kind of to add really, obviously the CLR site here, you know, has permission, the Reserve Matters application in, and that in effect extends the built-up area of Crookhern. And when development areas are reviewed as part of a local plan review, you know, this area obviously would be included in the development area. So arguably this site here, you know, kind of constitutes rounding off, and the fact that the access is no longer proposed off the A30, and there's obviously the CLR access, this route in terms of this development isn't affected because it's got quite a high mature hedge row along there.
I think the other point is probably Councillor Osborne's right, that I think the inspector at the local plan felt, whether it's this local plan or the previous one, felt that the Longstring site was more sympathetic, but the CLR site delivered more benefits that the town wanted. So I suppose the point I'd make is that CLR is more obvious in the landscape in the first place and comes further down the A30. This site is probably less obvious in the landscape and is stepped back. So I'm struggling to see that we would create a legitimate landscape harm from those cumulative impacts. Yes, there will be housing being built on both sides of the A30, but I think that the Longstring site is one that is more glimpsed, having travelled that road most days, is more glimpsed than the CLR is going to be more obvious in your view when you come past Hazelbury Firs.
The point I was going to raise, which was passed over earlier, was footpath access and cycleway access into Crookhern. Comparing them with the CLR site is a bit little disingenuous. The CLR site has 3 well-defined footpaths directly into the town, whereas this does not. The only access you have through the town to the town is down the A30, down East Street, which the pavement is dangerously narrow, and there's another footpath that goes into the back of Brickyard Lane, which has a crossing which is particularly problematic opposite Ashland School. So this does not have cycleway access. off the road, off the main roads into the town, whereas the CLR site has substantially good access.
Would you like to respond?
I mean, just to say really that obviously with the CLR site there'll be alternative routes available once that is completed, with the pedestrian routes that they've got here and here.
So do you condition development on this site until after the CLR site's completed?
Well, I don't think that's necessary, and as the highways officer kind of confirmed in comment that it's not considered that this site is not inaccessible to warrant a refusal on the application.
Yeah, I think the point is that when the inspector looked at it last time, and Councillor Best will know more because I know he was at the inquiry, I don't think that the CLR site had consent. It was an application that had been with us, but it didn't actually have a decision on it. Those didn't come out until, well, actually, Alex, I think you might have been the case officer, but until about 2015. So in 2014, you needn't necessarily rely so much upon this particular junction, but this is now an approved junction with an approved pedestrian access onto the A30 to serve this housing. Now, it may, as we've said with Councillor Osborne, it may strictly come forward or be delivered potentially 2 years after a start on site on Goldwell Hill. But I think that the gap between those two events, and this one is tied by a legal agreement, I don't think that county, well, I can't speak for county, but I don't think that's going to be a make or break decision in terms of identifying a harm that says the benefits of this scheme are significantly outweighed.
If I could just comment from the chair, I'm a little bit surprised that we've spent an awful lot of time trying to find ways past professional advice that says the harm that you're trying to put in the way isn't there, when actually nobody has discussed the benefits of the site, which are very substantial. This delivers quite a quantum of affordable housing for its size, and further competition in a housing market which is currently fairly gummed up with lots of people who want homes. So I want to speak, you know, it seems to me we're only seeing one side of this, and we should be weighing a balance. Mr. Osborne.
Chairman, it may be rather impertinent of me to point out that the applicant is not the developer. They are a land promoter. They will sell this site onto a developer, and the actual developer is well within his rights to amend the Section 106 agreements, and I think we have all sat in committee here and seen applicants come back pleading viability and removing valuable things like affordable housing, like Section 106 contributions. So there is absolutely no guarantee that those will be delivered.
And would you like to respond to that?
I think an appeal, that's an undefendable position because we're trying to hypothesize the future. I think a counterpoint I would make about a site like this is, at this point in time, the applicant, who will understand viability issues, has committed to a policy compliant scheme that delivers a phosphate solution. You know, cheekily I'd say that if a developer comes forward and buys this site, their due diligence will have had to take into account those obligations and the need to deal with phosphates. So, yeah, yes, we've seen cases on some of our larger urban extensions that are delivering big infrastructure, but I don't see why this type of scheme needs to renegotiate its contributions. There's nothing over and above that's needed for, you know, a relatively modest type of housing development. You know, we're not delivering the school, we're not delivering the bypass.
With the greatest of respect, I've seen it on small schemes where developers will take away things like affordable housing, and they will look to reduce some of the contributions to facilities. It does happen even on smaller ones. Sorry.
Councillor Osborne, I appreciate you may not personally believe in that, but that's not the matter before us. You're speculating on what might go wrong with an arrangement which you've had clear officer advice should be deliverable as is, and similarly, I noticed that Councillor Bess was busy shaking his head during the thing. I mean, if I were a businessman and I were buying a site, I would want to take into account all the things I knew from the planning agreement, because I might then try and do it, but I wouldn't buy the site if I knew it couldn't deliver the profit.
Can I just come back at you with this? We have experience of this in Crewkerne called the Bradford site. We were promised a lot and a very high proportion of affordable housing, and the rest we lost the lot on affordability.
I think the advice was that wasn't a decent reason for refusal. That would fail at appeal. If you refuse, you then get punished for doing things which are not legitimate, speculative. And as chair of the committee, I have to advise the committee that we must have in mind covering within the lines and not trying to break the system, because that gets punished at appeal. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on the application? Okay, in that case, is there anyone who wants to speak against a particular policy non-compliance or non-compliance with the MPPF? So you're all satisfied that the application is compliant with the MPPF and compliant with the local plan? Okay, in that case, I'll move the.
I don't think it complies with the local plan in the landscape character.
Which policy?
Yeah, thank you.
Which aspects of EQ2? I've got it before me. Would you like to read it?
No, I can't read it. I'm just saying that, in my opinion, it doesn't comply with the local plan as it comes to character. We have this buffer area put in. Is that not part of the local plan?
Chairman, if I just go back, when we've discussed the planning balance requires you to look at the application, and you may find harms with the local plan, but because the tilted balance, you then have to find out or to explain why that outweighs the benefit of delivering housing. I read out to you part of the Ansford appeal decision. I found harm to the character and appearance of the area, to which I've given significant weight, but she approved the scheme. She found harm to the local plan in terms of its strategy, its treatment of market towns, and Ansford had more than fulfilled its objectives, but she approved it because we don't have a housing supply. So the issue, my concern is that we're trying to determine this as if we've got a housing supply, and we're going to apply any bit of the local plan that we can find, and actually you could conclude that the site does have a landscape harm. But the test is not that you found it has a landscape harm. The test is that you've explained why that harm is so significant that it outweighs the benefits. I think that's the challenge to get to a decision on this.
The book of words here. Could we not say then that it fails to conserve and enhance the landscape character of the area, and it doesn't reinforce local distinctiveness and respect local context, and under management advice and guidance, it also is against the local area character, which is to keep these slopes clear and to preserve the bowl effect of Crewkerne.
Can I ask Mr. Hammond to come back, because I don't think you listened to his advice. No, I don't think you understood his advice then.
What you need to do is explain why that harm is so significant that the benefits of delivering housing with a falling housing supply, including policy-compliant affordable housing, is outweighed, significantly and demonstrably outweighed. What we've done is we've identified a ground for refusal, but haven't acknowledged the fact that the tilted balance is the way we have to make decisions when we don't have a housing supply and when it is falling. And as I said, the inspector at Castle Carey came to the very same conclusion, that there was a clear harm to the character of the area. I think in that case we had a far better case on landscape, because we had a very different, defined character area to deal with. So the point is that you need to go beyond identifying a harm and getting to why that outweighs the benefit.
So if I come back, I listened again there, Chairman. Surely, if we've had an inspector who is a top planner, I'll read that in a minute.
I was just wanting to pass you the National Planning Framework.
yes.
Yeah, but footnote 7 tells what the landscape harm that's protected by the MPPF is, and how that applies in the tilted balance. And if you read that, you might.
Are we saying that the
informative.
inspector in 2014 was wrong?
The inspector in 2014 concluded we had a housing land supply, therefore he was in a position to apply full weight to all local plan policies. It was actually a predecessor local plan that we would have had, so we wouldn't have had SS2 and the other policies, and we would have had settlement boundaries. So at this point in time, in September, we will announce our latest housing supply figures, so if we end up at appeal, we'll be using those, not the 3.7 figure. And the inspector will say, well, that was interesting, but that decision was made in a different context. Mr. Lyman wasn't wrong. He was making a decision in the context in front of him at the time. But the inspector in 2023 or 24 will make the decision in the context of where we are now.
Can I come back? I understand all that. We've dealt with dozens of applications in relation to the 5-year housing plan over the last number of years. But what I'm trying to say is, take away the 5-year housing plan for a moment. Deal with the pure planning. I know all about how 5-year housing plan. If we lose on appeal, we have to pay the costs. We all know about that, and we all appreciate it. But if we're making a planning decision on the local plan, that we should look at that first. If we then decide well, yes, it's right to say it does damage the app, but then the local 5-year lack of housing supply comes into play. To me, that's a different argument altogether. You can't just say, well, we've got to throw the local plan aside because of the 5-year housing supply. That may be the result, but surely we should debate the plan, else there's no point of having a plan.
Councillor Well, that's why I passed you the National Planning Performance Framework, which deals with this, but perhaps officers could explain to people once again, what the tilted balance is effectively doing. Perhaps in reflecting the terms used by Councillor Wale to clarify.
The tilted balance, as I said, you start with the local plan, but the plan policies carry a lesser weight when you don't have a housing supply. So again, Inspector Butcher said, yes, in Castle Carey the scheme fails parts of the local plan, but because there wasn't a housing supply, the weight she afforded to housing outweighed the landscape harm, the harm to the strategy in the local plan, the harm to Castle Carey, which had already delivered sufficient levels of housing. So you can resolve that there's a harm to the landscape, but as I've said, that's not the end. You have to tell us why that harm outweighs the benefits.
And also, can I just add, the policies in the local plan, if obviously aren't quite working properly if we're not able to deliver our 5-year housing land supply. So the whole point in the tilted balance is to allow authorities to, kind of meet their supply where the policies may or may not be working. And even if we did have a 5-year housing land supply, we did consult with a landscape consultant who has confirmed that he doesn't raise any landscape objection to the proposals.
Okay, I've not heard any objections other than obviously this debate has been about the decision before us on the tilted balance, and we've had crystal clear advice on that, I think, now. And I've not heard anyone putting forward a balancing argument saying, yes, there are these harms and they are greater than the benefits that come from the site. And therefore the tilted balance tips that way. And I've not heard anyone saying, other than in this particular landscape point, anyone clearly pointing to a policy in the local plan, the established South Somerset local plan, which would be contravened and thus it's a reason for refusal. So on that basis, I'm minded to put the recommendation before committee, which is to approve the application subject to the many conditions which are there. I don't know if you want to summarise the conditions and the reasons for those being there.
Yeah, so obviously the conditions are just to deal with any kind of outstanding issues that need to be addressed, which can be addressed through submission of additional information, like a construction management plan, biodiversity conditions requiring additional biodiversity measures, retention of hedge and tree protection, and parking, things like that. So that's just to ensure that the development is acceptable, and those details and additional information will come through, will come forward as part of a approval of details or reserved matters application, and also a number of planning obligations, making contributions towards the NHS, education, and various other elements.
Sorry, do beg your pardon. I'm happy to move the recommendation for the vote. Do I have a seconder? And can I see those who are in favour of the officer's recommendation to approve subject to those conditions? Do I have anyone who wishes to make a proposal for reasons for sorry? Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Can I see the votes which are against the application? And abstentions? Okay, so that has been lost by 3 votes to 2. So the 3 who voted against, do you have a clear reason for your why this should be refused? Because we're going to have to give one. We need a proposal for a refusal, basically. Can I suggest, as we've been going for some time, can I suggest that we adjourn until 1:45, by which time I would hope you've got a reason for a proposal for refusal and a reason. Can members please resume their seats? Members, can you please resume your seats? I'd like to reconvene. Do I have a proposal? Sorry? Well, he can't vote on it then. Simple as that. Unless he's out there. Yeah. We're just missing one member. We're just going to try and... Okay, you're back in the room, so we'll commence. Do we have a proposal to refuse? Is that refusal based on a particular...
on two grounds. EQ2, which is unacceptable impact on the landscape character. And secondly, failure to... my glasses back on. Failure to demonstrate that future occupancy will have a choice of modes of travel because of the footpath issue and access back into the town.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Okay, we have a motion to refuse.
Before you vote, Chairman, those are headings, effectively. They're not grounds for refusal. Impact on landscape character. If I remind you of the Castle Carey appeal, the inspector said there was an adverse impact on landscape character, but she was making a holistic judgment that an application is more than just harms, it's benefits and harms. So what we need to know is how that landscape impact is so adverse or so significant that it outweighs the benefits, not that it is an impact on landscape character. Bearing in mind that we have got a landscape consultant that we use on appeals who's actually advised us that there isn't a landscape case. So somebody is going to have to create a landscape case, and if we can't find a consultant to do it, then we have the issue that we're either presenting no evidence at appeal, or potentially the proposers and seconders are taking an action to provide the evidence, because landscape architects will have a professional code. The issue as well is that if we've got a landscape architect who's advised you there's no harm, and we've said we're going to refuse it on a harm basis, the nature of the appellant, or the applicant, as they will become the appellant, their MO is public inquiry. That means that our evidence is tested very rigorously, it's cross-examined. So we need to know that if we're saying there's a landscape harm that's so significant that it outweighs the benefits, we need more than just to say there's a landscape harm. We have to say why that harm is of such magnitude that it outweighs the benefits. And as I said, in the Castle Carey decision, the inspector there took the view that there is a landscape harm, acknowledged that, it's significant, acknowledged that, but the benefits are still greater. On the travel plan issue, again, the travel plan is something that the Highways Authority have reviewed. Mike Bellamy, our highways consultant, looked at and said you don't have a case. Again, if we go to appeal with two consultants saying we aren't going to present a case and we don't present a technical case, we either present an anecdotal case based on councillors presenting the evidence, or we have to withdraw the ground for refusal because we can't find somebody to present that bit of the case. In that instance, we end up with a public inquiry, which we have to go through, but we have no case left. So my concern is that both of those issues relate to comments that consultants that we use to inform this application have said don't work. And if we get to public inquiry, the starting point usually on the costs element is you're entitled to overturn officer recommendations, but you do have to present evidence. The magnitude of cost applications at public inquiries, the magnitude of costs at public inquiries is significant. We put over £100,000 into Castle Carey and lost. I don't know what the other side put into Castle Carey. We had a case there. I'm not convinced that we have a defendable case here.
Thank you for the advice. The vote that we've just taken was based upon the officer's recommendations. Are there any modifications that we could make to the for example, by imposing conditions that might make the officer's recommendation acceptable in the terms that Councillor Patrick, you wanted to say something.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I couldn't really say it much better than the officer there, just John Hammond. I mean, he's really stolen my thunder. I think we all really, as elected members, have to bear in mind that we are responsible for public money here. And if this goes to inquiry, and we lose the inquiry, we have costs awarded against us, we are squandering six figures of council taxpayers' money, which represents a very, very poor use of public money. I'm afraid I've got a bit of deja vu tonight. I think this is just like last month's meeting. We spent an hour and a half of debate. We had to have a break because those who opposed this couldn't come up with good reasons to oppose it. I'm afraid it's just a case of deja vu. And I'd like members, please, I said this last month, we do not have a 5-year land supply. This development provides houses for local people and people from outside, and I'm an outsider. Is there a problem with me being here, Councillor Osborne? Don't answer that question. We have to consider whether opposing this is good value for money. Not our money, the people who are sat in this room who pay their council tax. I don't believe opposing this will win, therefore we are wasting council taxpayers' money.
Councillor Best, do you want to respond?
So what we're saying then on this, there is no defensible argument at all on opposing this application, and the only route is to accept it, which brings me to question what we've done, sat here for 2 hours talking about it, if that's the only way to go. Because each proposal that we've put has been put down by the officers. So if we're saying, and John, in your opinion, is there no defensible opinion on this that we can put, then I'm struggling.
How do we look at this? Our problem is, if we create grounds for refusal, we have to defend them and they'll be cross-examined. And I've tried, well, we've got, Highways Authority said they won't be beside us, and that'll be a factor that the appellant uses. I've gone to our next port of call, Highways Officer, who said there's no case. Now, normally when you go to somebody for a quote, there's either like, you know, it's a win bonus because I'm confident, or there's a case to be made and I'll make it, or there's no case at all, and he's gone for the latter point. We're adding to that the landscape issue, where it was an issue last time round. Charles Potterton has said it isn't an issue. If he'd said it is an issue, but it's of minor adverse, you'd have been into the tilted balance element. So I can't give you a consultee who will support you on this point. So the next stage is, it's almost, if members of that opposed to the scheme, are they sufficiently confident they can present a case? And I think that's potentially unfair, because it's, you know, it's asking you to present a technical case where I think the concerns, you know, and I think Alex or the appellant's highways consultant talked about it, the concerns we have about anecdote. Now, we've touched on going back to things like the travel plan. Yes, that was an issue last time round, but last time round CLR didn't exist. It wasn't committed to building a new junction with a timetable. It wasn't committed to building footpaths out onto this road. So you've got this sort of slide that Catherine showed, which is housing either side of the road, one of which is perfectly acceptable to us and is 8 times the size, and one of which is in front of you now. And to, I think, say that the travel plan elements of the one to the turn right into the site coming up the hill or turn left, one is entirely acceptable in travel plan terms and one is entirely unacceptable, and that outweighs the benefits. I can't see that we can present a case on that score. Ultimately, you've got the vote, but I'm telling you that I don't believe these points are defendable.
So I think the question is, do you want to put forward that reason for refusal? Sorry, do you want to promote refusal on those reasons?
Can I suggest you put your vote again, please?
You're withdrawing your proposal to refuse. Okay, in which case I think we're now in the situation where we've already considered the officer's report as it stands. I would welcome any suggestions as to things we could consider changing in the report that might make it acceptable to us, such as, for example, something which addressed some of your concerns.
I have to admit that my primary concern is not these, which is an awful thing to admit, but for the access to the site and the parking. But given the grounds that highways will not support an objection on that, we're almost impossible situation here. And saying rather tritely, well, they can just park further away, is not going to be acceptable. Now, I don't know whether we could put any conditions in to request a parking loop on that site to allow some off-site parking on the grassland on the left-hand side there, something like that, because I don't think any of us have a serious objection to that, the size or the development in that site. But it's really the highways access. It's an accident waiting to happen there. And I'm sorry that you didn't go there. And the extra years, the younger years now, we've got 7-year-olds crossing that street there.
Can I just, I'm sorry, you put forward 2 specific objections,
Absolutely.
and that was not one of them.
No.
And it's already been debated.
Yep.
So, let's not just creep around. Let's not just creep around seeking a reason for refusal again, please. You only had 2 in your list, but is there something we can do to the officer's report which might address one or other of them that would allow us to take the vote again on an amended version? Or perhaps, I don't know if you're intending a proposal?
I'm just wondering, if your point is about access to the school, well, Highways have expressed a position. This is an outline application, so apart from the access, the road layout has not been defined. I'm just wondering if we put in a condition that requires the Spine Road layout to enable visitor parking along its length or along a section of its length, so that it builds in some, amelioration or opportunity for whether it's a dozen cars or whatever to be able to park down there rather than elsewhere.
I think I could support that. Councillor Patrick?
I'm afraid I think that's in contravention or in conflict, I suppose is the correct verb, with our carbon reduction plan. Who are we as an authority to be providing car parking spaces for parents to drop their kids off at school? It's madness. We should be encouraging people to walk and cycle to school. As much as I like Councillor Ashton's view that we should provide parking for parents, I just think in the climate emergency that's pretty bonkers, actually.
Okay. Highways, would you like to add to the debate?
Well, I was just going to say I'm not entirely sure if that would be feasible anyway. If you look at if we could get the red line plan up for the site. There is, it's actually in terms of land ownership, you'll notice it's quite narrow in terms of the access road itself. Is one thing I'll just point out. And actually there isn't much by way of highway land there either. So it's a question of the willingness then of the applicant, whether they would be willing to donate some land further within the site.
Sorry, Alex, my thought was not at the immediate entrance, because clearly you'll have issues with people trying to sort of park too close to the junction. My thought was the estate road bit, the S-end area. You could widen that out so that you've got some parking facility that's more convenient than dropping down the hill.
Jenny Kenton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a procedural question, actually. We've voted against the officer's recommendation. I just want to ask can we go back and then go changed our mind, despite the fact that half an hour or an hour ago or 2 hours ago or however long ago it was, pretty sure we voted against it. I just want to know how we can now vote for it and get rid of what we've already just done. Thank you.
I think the issue was if we made a modification, that would be a fresh vote on a different thing, even though it might be substantially similar. It's no longer the officer recommendation as originally proposed. I'm also conscious that there are a vast number of members who abstained from the original vote, who may wish to now express a clearer opinion. Councillor Snell?
It's working, sorry. It's been a long day. Can we ask for some money possibly to be put towards cycle routes and walkways then, if we can't have anything to do with cars along the road to make the path more accessible?
The issue there, I think, is when we're going to seek Section 106 money, we need a project we've got in hand to deliver that, like a cycling strategy or some sort of plan to deliver that. At the moment, we don't, and what we're doing in this immediate bit of discussion is we're saying, can you give us some money, because we hope the scheme might go away, but we don't know quite what the project is. I think the thing with the suggestion I'd made, albeit I take Alex's concerns about the entrance, is that the layout is not defined, so you could create a parameter in that layout so that whoever buys the site knows that they have to provide an additional area of parking, but that's just an exercise in road alignment widening, so that becomes part of their costing of their land value. And it's probably easier to achieve than to put into a Section 106 and sign a SIL statement that says we're taking money for known projects when we're taking money to head this off, but we haven't got a linked project. I think that would be my concern.
Councillor Whale.
If we are going to amend the officer's recommendation, I wonder if condition 9 is the Landscape Ecology Arboreal Management Plan, a LIEMP. Is there any way we can make that further worded to go to the landscape, protection of the landscape character?
I can't see a particular objection to putting in item D, to constraining the aims and objectives of management to include a degree of protection of the landscape character, but I think the officers have probably already understood that from the debate, and I'm not sure extra words are needed for that, but clearly the debate informs it. And I would have expected any issues to do with visitor parking to accommodate school traffic could well go into the Section 106, wouldn't they?
We could either put it in the Section 106, or you could put a condition that the spine road will be widened over a length of X metres to whatever the distance is to allow for, parallel parking. Not parallel parking.
Highways?
There are issues, unfortunately, with that proposal. Obviously, at the moment we haven't got the layout. In terms of where the main spine road will go, that's obviously led by that narrow access for the first part. There are constraints with the width for that main access. Going further in, is a question of it's going to have to still be either adoptable or be suitable under APC. That's with our estate roads team. They have quite rigorous tests they like to meet, and they have their book of words for design. Certainly, if it's adoptable, they won't want a road wider than is absolutely necessary, because obviously that's extra cost then. Going forwards for maintenance, etc. So if you're really wanting to look for making it so that there's some sort of clear nuisance-free parking area that would serve for drop-off, I would suggest it's better that would be a dedicated area. Whether that would then fit in for that quantum of development, I leave that to the planners.
That sounds more like Section 106 to be agreed, isn't it?
Okay. I think this is all resolved, because I think visitor parking is generally not going to be adopted anyway. It usually goes to either the management company, if it's generic, or it goes to the owner, if it's sort of outside their property. So I think if there's an excess of visitor parking that's been provided, it simply becomes a management company issue. So I think this is resolvable, because this is a large site relative to the number of houses we've got, so I think we can deal with this option one way or another. I suspect probably 106 might be a better way, so that we've got more scope to word it.
Actually, I was just wondering whether it would slip into 15, which is plans and sections showing details of any proposed roads, etc. If we put visitors parking in the considerations, would that not cover it?
I suspect we probably want to emphasise, if we're going to do it, we want to emphasise that it's a specific issue and it's about ameliorating or dealing with local short-term parking diffusion or separation. And if we take an existing policy, we've got to rewrite the reasons for it, condition, we've got to rewrite the reasons for it to cover those points. Whereas I think if we put it in the 106, we can say it's about providing an opportunity to, I suppose, diversify the local areas of local parking capable of servicing the school and other users.
Okay, in that case, from the chair, I'm going to make a proposal that we add provision for visitor parking into the section 106 list, which is a bulleted list in the report. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you. So can we just vote on that modification? Vote on the modification to the officers' report, which is to add. Sorry,
Chair. It becomes a modification of the officer's recommendation, and you take the vote on the whole recommendation, if that's the case.
Yeah. So the proposal is that we make that modification to the recommendation, then vote on the revised committee recommendation. So can we have a vote of those in favour of making provision for...
Sorry, go back again. If you've proposed that is your proposal, that now the vote is taken on the officer's recommendation, with the change to that. Yeah, and then you take the vote, and that either falls or...
Does anyone want to debate that change? No? Okay, in that case, I'll propose it. Do I have a seconder for the for the modified proposed recommendation? Councillor Hobbshouse? You still? Yeah. Can I see a show of those in favour of the modified recommendation? No, it's down.
Sorry, keep them. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay, and those against? And those abstaining? Thank you very much. That is carried. Okay, I apologise for the lengthy process. You can see the difficulties we're having at the moment. So item 6, planning application 2103-296 out, land south of Southmead, Perry Street, South Chard. Catherine Tyra. Just before we get going, can I ask members, I think it's wise to suggest that we defer the Stock Lynch application to the next meeting and let those people go. Do you agree? Agreed. Okay, well, let's defer that item then. Thank you very much. Can I ask the Stockbridge people to leave the room and carry out any debates? Can you leave the room and carry out debates outside? Thank you. Yes, please. Okay. Catherine.
Hi, so this is planning application for land south of Southmead, Perry Street, South Chard. It's an application for the erection of up to 95 dwellings, 35% of which would be affordable, with vehicular access from Roman Road, with public open space, landscaping, sustainable drainage, package treatment plant and associated works. It's referred to committee as a major planning application where the officer's recommendation is not in agreement with the parish council, and under the council scheme of delegation it's automatically referred to committee. It's an outline application, so all matters other than the principle of development and access are reserved for future consideration. During the course of the application it was amended, reducing the number from 97 to 95 units. This shows its location, which is just here where this star is. It's located on the southern edge of Tatworth to the south of Chard. You can see the unitary authority boundary runs along here. The Dorset AONB is here to the south, and this is the Blackdown Hills AONB up here. So, yeah, as I said, it lies to the south of Tatworth, which is here. The small hamlet of Chilston Common is down here. There's a footpath that runs along the boundary of the site here. This is an aerial photograph showing that it's 4.4 hectares in size, and it encompasses 3 fields and is bounded by mature trees with trees. Just some photos to kind of set the context of it. This is the site here, with views looking southeast across the site, with Chilston Commons just down here. This is the view with the site is here on this side of the photo, and this is the view northeast along Perry Street with the site on this side. Views southeast, east and northeast across the site. This is the view looking north along Perry Street here, and this is the footpath along the northern edge of the site. So this application, as mentioned, is in outline only. So the principle and access is to be determined at this stage, with everything else reserved for later reserved matters approval. An illustrative master plan has been submitted to show how the site could be developed, which is on the screen now. And it shows a broad maintaining of the original field patterns and the retention of hedgerows. Across the whole site, the density would be in the region of 22 dwelling per hectares, and based on the development area, I think it's about 36 dwellings per hectare. The plan shows a mix of units with around 10 one-bed, 22 two-bed, 53 three-bed and 10 four-bed units. It includes some self-build units up here and an area for bungalows down here. Public open space is incorporated with some public equipped play area over in this part of the site, with the main access here and a number of pedestrian access points here and some field access points at the rear of the site. This is the parameter plan, which would be conditioned as part of any planning permission, and it establishes the broad parameters for development. So the development areas, the location of the self-build plots and the bungalows, and as well as the retained hedgerows and the linkages. This is the detailed access, which shows the visibility displays as sufficient to be accommodated on site. Since the committee report has been published, there have been a number of further representation received, which have all been published online, and many reiterate comments previously already summarised within the committee report. So I just identify the main kind of new points raised. The parish council, on behalf of the parish council, a technical note was prepared, submitted by LGPS Resources Consultancy, highlighting planning and highway concerns. The Highway Authority provided a position statement in response to that, and a further addendum note was submitted on behalf of the parish council. If there are any outstanding queries on that, Alex is here to answer any queries. A number of comments as well have raised concern regarding contamination of a nearby water, and including a well which serves the Swiss Tool site. The applicant has provided a response to that, which has been published online, and it is understood that the water abstraction, which is defined as a well, was identified in the preliminary geo-environmental risk assessment, which was used to inform the surface water and foul water drainage strategies. So that has been taken into account, and that report also included a consideration of contamination. It's important to note that Wessex Water hasn't raised an objection, nor have other consultees, including the LLFA or the Environment Agency. The sustainable drainage strategy has been designed to convey surface water via drainage gullies to an attenuation based in the northeast corner of the site, where it will be held until it's discharged at greenfield runoff rates to the adjacent watercourse. It's stored some distance away from the well in the northeast corner of the site, and with impermeable soils and bedrock, it's understood that there is not a pathway to the well. The packaged treatment plant is discharged into the watercourse after it's been cleaned, and it will meet all the regulatory requirements. And again, we've been advised that there's no pathway to the well, and anyway, the developer would be required to meet all the building regulation requirements, obtain the relevant environmental permits and licenses. And other comments have been raised which have been addressed within the committee report. So in this case, the main issues are up on the screen there. So firstly, the principle of development, and the council, as we've discussed on the previous application, doesn't have a 5-year housing land supply, and it is substantially below that at 3.7 years. So again, the tilted balance is engaged, which means that planning permission should be granted unless any adverse impacts of doing so demonstrably and significantly outweigh the benefits. The committee report goes through issues in detail, and the applicant commissioned a housing needs assessment. Given the shortfall in housing supply and the substantial under-delivery of affordable housing, the delivery of 95 houses, 35% of which would be affordable, is a substantial benefit that weighs in favour of the development. The site was also identified as suitable within the council's housing and economic land availability assessment. Tatworth is one of the larger SS2 rural settlements and has a relatively good level of amenities, services, including a school, shops, pubs, churches and local sports club. And to date, Tatworth has had a relatively limited new housing development, and the site has a phosphate solution. In terms of landscape impact, it's acknowledged that the development would introduce a greenfield site and change the appearance of the site. And it's noted that many objections received do relate to that, as well as comments received by CPRE. However, the AONB officers for both Dorset and the Blackdown Hills have, as well as our own council's commissioned landscape consultant, have raised no objection on the basis that the topography, intervening features, existing visibility of housing limits the extent of any adverse impacts, and as the site sits well below the horizon in meaningful middle and long distance views, it's well assimilated to the existing settlement. As such, it's considered that with a suitable landscape strategy, use of in terms of the design, materials and hedgerow retention and replacement, any harm can be acceptably mitigated. And the illustrative master plan demonstrates how this could be achieved. Highways and parking and access, again, as Alex will probably confirm shortly, is considered to be acceptable, and that there's sufficient access to local amenities to meet everyday needs. And the Highways Authority has raised no objection to the proposed access or principle of the development. A phosphate solution has been identified, and the shadow HRA has been endorsed by Somerset Ecology and Natural England. There's no concerns raised regarding flood risk, and a number of planning obligations are proposed which will address many of the objections raised regarding lack of infrastructure, with contributions required towards NHS and education, play facilities, and as a result, the application is recommended for approval subject to those planning obligations and a number of conditions. And I just wanted to point out that condition number 2 should also include reference to the parameter plan, which isn't within the recommendation. So.
Okay, thank you very much. The first objector to speak is Margaret Mercer, who I believe is on Teams. Thank you very much, Margaret. You have 3 minutes.
On census, 67.3% of Tatworth residents use a vehicle to get to work. The lack of an adequate bus service, particularly during the early morning and late evening, no bus on Sundays, and no direct bus service to Crewkerne and Yeovil from South Chard will not encourage bus use. Most of the vehicles from the proposed housing estate will not travel a long way round to Chard. Instead, they will use School Lane as a rat run to and from the A358. This road is too narrow for vehicles to pass each other, Also, the primary school is located there. An increase of 95 houses would generate traffic of about 655 vehicle movements a day, excluding delivery vehicles, an increase of over 18% based on the traffic recorded during the week in September 2021. This is the applicant supplied data. Access and egress from the side will be extremely hazardous for cyclists and pedestrians, as they will not have a line of sight when crossing the road to and from School Lane. Very poor forward visibility is proposed for a vehicle travelling up the hill out of the village on the length from Kent's Road to School Lane. Vehicles travelling down the hill have to judge whether to overtake the line of vehicles or not. HGVs use the B3167 to access the A30 and the A358. The road near the convenience store, which is very small, near the proposed access, is too narrow for them to pass each other. 85% of vehicles travel at 38 mph. This is applicant supplied data, well in excess of the legal 30 mph speed limit. I am told that the desirable minimum stopping distance at 30 mph is 43 metres for a car, even longer for an HGV. At the proposed pedestrian crossing, it tends towards 0, unless the pedestrian steps out into the road. It beggars belief that the experts do not recognise this as a hazard to pedestrians accessing and exiting the site. There will still be no clear line of sight for drivers exiting the unclassified road from Chilston Common, and also in conflict with the proposed cycle and pedestrian route. I'm sure you have seen our technical note. Please would you try and answer the questions? And just for sake of clarity, I actually live on Perry Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. The second objector to speak is Steve Christopher.
My name is Steve Christopher. I'm a retired school teacher and I live in Chilston Common, just near the proposed site. I'm 72 years old, so I've lived out most of my life, 35 years in Chilston Common. I therefore speak not for myself, but for my children and their children who all live locally, so that they will know that I tried to stop the destruction of the green fields and the intact landscape of Somerset. The tagline for the new council is a greener and more sustainable Somerset. Well, this can't be achieved by building over the farmland, although large amounts of money can. Building on farmland in the countryside makes us more dependent on imported food from unreliable sources and reduces our overall sustainability. It changes forever the character and appearance of the landscape and the separation of settlements. Do the committee realise this development is nearer to the settlement of Chilston Common than to Tatworth Centre? And because Tatworth is not a town, the inhabitants of this development will inevitably have to travel miles for work, shopping, health services, etc. This is surely the opposite of a sustainable development. On a practical note, these fields are on the geological spring line and they slope down northeast and are an integral part of the River Axe Valley. A pipeline put across these fields a decade ago has permanently altered the underground water sources, and flooding is now common on Roman Road, which was absent previously. I've seen that for myself. Building on this site will almost certainly have unintended consequences. On the lower edge of the site, there are 3 crucially important springs. One feeds the local textile factory, which has been in production since 1850. They have no mains water and rely on it for drinking and sanitation. Just above this spring, the developer expects to build a sewage treatment plant and a flood attenuation pond. If the spring becomes polluted, the first anyone would know would be when the workers become ill. Such an event could see the factory close permanently with a loss of 70 jobs. How sustainable is that? The second spring feeds some greenhouses, and the third spring feeds Green End Farm, again with no alternative source. Their 300 cows depend on it. They turn the pure water into milk. My children can't eat money, but they can eat milk, can drink milk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping to time. The third objector to speak is Fletcher Robinson, Somerset CPRE. You have 3 minutes.
Back again, Mr. Chairman, sorry. This outline planning application for large-scale speculative development on an unallocated site leading to an 8% increase in the size of Tatworth doesn't, in our view, comply with either policy SS2, rural settlements, nor with policy EQ2, which seeks to conserve and enhance the landscape character of the area. As regards SS2, the officer doesn't comment in her report on the requirement for commensurate scale, but simply says that 95 houses will increase footfall to facilities. That doesn't address what policy SS2 is all about, which is that large-scale development is directed further up the settlement hierarchy, while rural settlements like Tatworth are supposed to be protected from large-scale speculative development like this proposal. As regards the landscape policy EQQ2, this development would spill down from the top of the ridge for a long way down the slope of the unspoiled Axe River Valley, as we saw on our site visit. This fact is acknowledged by the Council's landscape consultant in his report. Let's examine the magnitude of that harm. The applicant describes the Dorset side of the Axe River Valley as, quote, high value, because it's an AONB, while describing the Somerset side of the valley as low to medium value, because it's not in an AONB. Have a look at the Ordnance Survey map. On both sides of the river, you will see that the landscape consists almost entirely of many scattered farms, many of them ancient ones. There aren't any housing estates anywhere to be seen in this landscape, apart from Tatworth, which runs for a short distance along the very top of the ridge. The landscape officer falls back on a recommendation for screening to conceal the development, but no amount of screening is going to hide the intrinsic change of character to the Somerset side of the river valley. From remote to tranquil to one with 95 houses, hard surfacing, lights at night, and 200 cars spilling halfway down the slope, in full view of all the public footpaths in the area, of which there are many on both sides of the river. A further serious harm to the character and appearance of the Axe River Valley is that this development will coalesce Tatworth with the historically separate hamlet of Chilston Common. The erosion of the gap between Wincanton and the small village of Bayford was a reason why the appeal inspector recently refused a similarly sized housing proposal on land adjacent to Wincanton. In conclusion, we ask councillors to refuse this application on the grounds of harm to the character and appearance of the Axe River Valley due to the visually intrusive development spilling down into the river valley and harm arising from the coalescence of settlements contrary to EQ2 and non-compliance with SS2, which protects rural settlements from large-scale speculative development which is not commensurate with the scale of the settlement. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping to time again. The fourth objector to speak is Nick Bernard, JP.
Thank you, Chairman. I have lived at Chilston Common for 48 years. During this time, I've seen many housing developments within the parish, some good, some not so good. However, I join at least 217 fellow parishioners in the view that this application would be deeply damaging to our community and should be refused. The many arguments for refusal are set out in the submissions made to you. I would like to concentrate on one aspect of local and regional importance, namely the effects of the development could have on the River Axe. This historic river is in a very parlous state. In places it is more like an open sewer than a tranquil rural watercourse teeming with wildlife. Of the 13 sections of the Axe catchment area, as defined by the Environment Agency. Our section of the Axe known as Forton Brook is consistently scored the worst in terms of pollution, phosphates, other chemicals, untreated sewage, etc. Formerly healthy populations of trout, roach, dace, eels and other wildlife are in serious decline. The whole ecology of the river is in the balance. Reasons for the pollution are well known, but one is worth a special mention. Details from the Environment Agency show that during 2022 there were no fewer than 98 incidents of untreated sewage being discharged into Forton Brook from the Tatworth Water Treatment Works. The total duration of these discharges was 798 hours. Why is all this relevant to the application? Well, the fields which are the subject of the application are an integral part of the Axe River Valley and drain into it. Thus, the decision to process the sewage and other effluent from the 95 houses by a single digestion plant on site and discharge the outflow into the Forton Brook, and hence the Axe, is alarming in its naivety. The digestion plant is a complex piece of machinery, and sooner or later it will become blocked or break down, perhaps for days, until it is serviced or repaired. In the interim, potentially huge amounts of untreated effluent will poison streams, the river, and other water courses. The harm this would do to the environment, to local properties, and to businesses is enormous. Similarly, a single attenuation pond in the far corner of the site will be completely inadequate to compensate for the inability of massively increased rainwater runoff to percolate naturally into the land and streams. There are no measures in place to mitigate the resulting contamination should the system fail. This is nowhere near good enough in such sensitive ecological conditions. The Deputy Chief Executive of Natural England, speaking last week, said, quote, "Is it okay to take an already polluted system and make it worse? No, it's not," end of quote. However, this application runs the risk of doing exactly that. This is a careless application.
I'm afraid that's the end of your 3 minutes. The next person to speak. The next person to speak is Robert Bannister. Yes, Robert Bannister.
Local residents are the amateurs trying to wade through 42 pages of the planning officer's report and examine and understand it. Our views and our technical note have raised numerous issues which would present problems we'd have to live with. The applicant reports and maps are misleading as the paper is drawn on an even plane. Seeing the site gives you a better perspective of the full story, not a level site, but an important steep slope on the valley side. We've demonstrated beyond all reasonable doubt the following points. The folly of relying on a map to appreciate traffic problems. The shortcut demonstrated past the school is inevitable. The dangers of interrupting natural spring of water and the consequences to a Swiss tool, the farm and the small holding, along with the dangers of polluting the River Axe by uncontrolled spills from the inevitable breakdown of a packaged treatment plant. One alone can be a disaster. There's been no consultation about the HELAA. Planning guidance specifically states that local communities should be consulted. We cannot find anyone who is consulted except Mr. Mear. Why would the council think that this land was appropriate? No consultation could take place because of lockdown. We were ignored in application consultations. I'm aware that members are not bound to accept officer advice. Government guidance does not imply that members have no choice but to approve any site that comes along. It's not an absolute that you have to ignore reasoned objections because of housing need. The planning officer acknowledges that the site lies outside the settlement, but ignored it to propose the large development on the wrong side of the road, which isolates it from Tatworth. This is urban planning and a design in a rural area, a poor fit with the existing village, and it sticks out like a sore thumb on the valley side. The local plan states that the bulk of the growth outside Yeovil should be in market towns and rural centres. Tatworth is not identified as a rural centre, and the proposed development will link up with the hamlet of Chilson Common, which is not appropriate. The planning portal defines means of access to cover all routes to and within the site, as well as the way they link up to other roads and pathways outside the site. This has not happened in the application. Mr. Chairman, are you confident enough that significant weight has been given to these matters? And one final point on the principles of development, that the proposal should be consistent with the relevant community-led plans and should generally have the support of the local community following a robust engagement and consultation. This does not have the support of the local community,
wind up, please.
and I believe the application should be rejected.
Thank you very much. I have one speaker in support of the application, Matthew Halstead. The engine will be along in a minute. Yeah.
Hello, councillors. My name is Matthew Halstead and I'm co-owner of Crossman Acquisitions. We're a family-run SME developer and promoter based in Bath. We were first drawn to this site in Tatworth due to Tatworth having experienced incredibly limited housing growth since the 1970s, which was surprising given the size of Tatworth and its good level of services. Following this, we undertook a housing need assessment of Tatworth, which brought home the issue of housing shortfall and inaccessibility to the housing market. It was these factors that led us to make the application, which seeks permission for a diverse range of housing types in order to meet identified housing need. The application is in outline with all matters reserved aside from access, so only the principle of housing and the junction design are for consideration today. The quantum of development is up to 95 dwellings, with the final housing number to be determined at reserve matters stage. Therefore, councillors will have an opportunity to agree the overall number of houses at a later date. Whilst the density of development at 22 dwellings per hectare is comparable to existing development, I suspect that as we undertake more detailed design work at reserve matters stage, the overall number of houses may reduce, as is often the case. In terms of the access, this will take the form of a simple priority T-junction. Initially, this was located more centrally within the site, although following discussions with the parish council, highway officers and Tatworth Primary School, it was relocated to the site's southern extent, moving it away from existing housing and areas of on-street parking. Highway officers are satisfied with the proposal in highway terms. In addition, the proposal has been subject to an independent road safety audit, which again did not raise any issues. There are therefore no technical issues with the proposal on highway grounds. I am conscious that there are a number of objections to this application, in particular from people who live close by. I have met personally with our architect, with the nearest neighbours, and listened to their concerns. In response, we have relocated the community orchard to the southeast of the site in order to increase the separation distance between the new development and existing properties. Also from consultation, it became apparent that the local community wanted the housing to be highly sustainable. Therefore, we have established an energy strategy for the development which will reduce energy use by 60% and CO2 emissions by 46%. I'm not aware of any other developments coming forward in the area which are achieving these measures. The proposed development has been subject to rigorous assessment by the Council's professional officers as well as other statutory consultees, who all now support the application. The proposal has an approved phosphate mitigation strategy and so is deliverable at a time when the Council is experiencing severe challenges delivering new homes. I kindly request that councillors support the recommendation of their professional officers, following which we will continue to work proactively with the council to agree the final number of homes and their design at reserve matter stage. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being exactly 3 minutes. I now believe we've got David Peake of Tapworth and Fulton Parish Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I refer to the parish 7-point objection to this proposal, dated 8th of December, and to LGPS Resources Technical Note and Addendum. This site is not allocated in the local plan and was only identified in the HELA, a desktop exercise, in 2021. The land lies on the opposite side of the B3167, the wrong side to the main village. The B3167 is seen as the natural border of South Chard, beyond which no further development would occur. The planned housing density, form and layout is inappropriate for our rural community. 179 objectors have expressed concerns over road safety. This is severely compromised at and beyond the proposed site's access. Highways have neither addressed issues with the wider road network nor considered current investigations of known issues with the B3167 at Perry Street. The proposals increase the risk to pedestrians crossing to or from the site from vehicles travelling at 38 miles per hour along the B3167, as pointed out by Safety Audit, but ignored. No means of calming traffic is proposed. The risk of contamination of water supply and watercourses is high and requires mitigation if existing businesses are not to be adversely affected. The parish considers the officer's report to be misleading. There are multiple references to the scheme complying with, or being capable of complying with, Local Plan Policy SS2. SS2 states that proposals should generally have the support of the local community following robust engagement and consultation. This is an unsought, opportunistic scheme which has gathered only 4 supporting comments and 2 neutral, but 212 individual objections. The officer's report also states some of the representations support the principle of residential development at this site. I cannot find any evidence to substantiate this statement, apart from one objector's suggestion to construct 5 affordable houses in Perry Street, and one other to increase the percentage of affordable housing. The parish has made a reasonable contribution to housing stock over recent years, where additional households have been steadily absorbed without detriment to the countryside or construction of a large dormitory settlement on a greenfield site. The parish recognises the pressure of long planning to provide more housing, but hope that the committee will decide to reflect local concerns and unaddressed shortcomings in the highways and other assessments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for keeping to time so well. The next speaker is the Somerset Council Division Member, Conor Payne. Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what I was going to say has pretty much been covered, because you can't beat local knowledge. It seems the developers don't know we've only got 1 Morrison's in our village, and that's about it. So when it comes to amenity, there's very little. We've got to think about that in the long term, and that's really important in terms of what else we're bringing to the village to use that amenity. When I first saw this development, I thought, yeah, great, you know, Section 106 money still, you know, that's what Tapworth needs when we've got issues such as flooding, issues with speeding on Dyke Hill, that kind of thing. But then I looked at the Section 106 allocation, and Tapworth's only getting £14,000 of it. That's not very much, when Tapworth is going to take the full blunt force of this application. I also went out and spoke with my residents about it. I knocked on doors, I saw what they had to say, and it wasn't very positive either. There's a lot of them here today, and I think that that has considerable weight in itself. I'm opposing this today because of its suitability, in that it is not wise to merge Chilston Common with the parish of Tapworth, as well as flooding. We don't want to add to that problem, as has been demonstrated before, so there's that. Highways and traffic, we don't want Dyke Hill to become any busier than it is. And while a developer doesn't have to solve a problem, it certainly does, it certainly cannot contribute to it. And I don't see any way that this application solves or stops contribution to this problem. And then there is the, in fact, I think that's probably about all I have to say on the matter. But suitability, flooding, highways, the objectors, traffic, Section 106 and the amenities we have in Tamworth, I think there is a lot of reasons for objections of this application. I think we've got to look at the people who are here, and I think the Council subcommittee has to stop this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, we have the agent, Tom Sanders.
Good evening, councillors. Tatworth is the largest rural settlement in South Somerset and has seen the least amount of new housing compared to other similar settlements. The last major residential development occurred 2 generations ago. In this regard, and in accordance with policy SS2, we have carried out a housing needs assessment of Tatworth. It has revealed a clear demand for new housing, especially affordable homes. Our proposal includes up to 95 dwellings, including bungalows for the elderly, self-build plots, and 33 affordable homes. We also plan to create 1.6 acres of public open space, incorporating a children's play area and a community orchard. This development, accompanied by the planting of at least 70 trees, will result in a 14% biodiversity gain. Sustainability is a key aspect and the houses have been designed with an energy strategy that includes renewable technologies, achieving a 60% reduction in energy and a 46% decrease in CO2 emissions. These are important factors given the climate emergency. Throughout the past 18 months, we have worked closely with council officers, incorporating their feedback to improve the scheme. This collaborative effort has resulted in no objections from consultees, including the highway officers, the council's landscape officer, and the 2 Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty partnerships. We acknowledge that new developments require investment in local infrastructure and services. Therefore, our proposal includes a significant financial contribution of £1.4 million to go towards schools, healthcare, sports facilities and other local improvements. It is crucial to note that the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing supply with a shortage of 3,717 dwellings in the district, leaving thousands of individuals and families unable to access their own home. We have already received numerous inquiries from individuals asking when our development will be delivered, as they see it as an opportunity to move back to Tatworth and live in a house that they can afford. As a young person who has faced challenges in accessing the housing market, I can personally relate to these issues, and for this reason I have taken particular pride in working on this application, believing that it will deliver a high-quality development to meet the needs of local people. I kindly request that you support the positive recommendation of your planning officer and grant permission for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being so brief. Would you like to respond to the issues raised by speakers so far, please?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it's covered in the committee report, but I suppose just to reiterate the fact that the AONB partnership were consulted, and obviously for both Dorset and the Black Hill, so I can't score, Blackdown Hills, yeah, sorry. But they were both consulted, and obviously their job is to protect the AONB, and they haven't raised any objection or considered there to be a sufficient reason to refuse on that basis, and also our own landscape consultant has also confirmed that he has no objection to the scheme in landscape terms, so we don't feel that a refusal could be substantiated on those grounds. There were some issues raised regarding pollution on the River Axe and things like that. That again, I think I kind of covered a little bit in my presentation earlier. But again, various statutory consultees have commented. Natural England, Somerset Ecology Services, the LLFA haven't raised any objections. So in terms of any adverse impacts, the statutory consultees who are our technical experts that we rely on when making our recommendation haven't raised issues regarding that. a few comments as well regarding SS2 and the, I've got the wording of SS2 here, and also paragraph 530 here. So SS2 does include the wording proposals should be consistent with relevant community-led plans and should generally have the support of the local community following robust engagement and consultation. I think that particular part of SS2 has been subject of appeal discussions and decisions, and it's been basically, inspectors have found that can't be upheld because, you know, it's not uncommon to have a lot of objection to housing schemes like this, you know, as we've seen tonight. And in terms of policy SS2 and the need to deliver housing, you know, our housing land supply is 3.7 years, so it is substantially below the 5 years that we should be delivering. So we do need to provide housing somewhere. The settlement hierarchy, you know, directs it to the larger settlements first, but rural settlements are also part of that, and SS2 does allow that, where there are a certain number of facilities, which this Tatworth does meet. So, you know, it is one of the larger rural settlements, you know, below primary market towns. So I think that's probably everything. John, did you want to add anything?
Can I just ask you to say something about coalescence, which was mentioned by 2 speakers?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the development does is on to the south of Tatworth and is closer to Chilson Common. I don't know if I've got a plan, but just trying to see. I mean, Chilson Common, the hamlet is this bit here. So, I mean, obviously, it does bring development closer to Chilson Common. But again, in landscape terms, that's not something that we consider to be sufficient reason to refuse the application.
Okay, in landscape terms, but are there any policy protections regarding coalescence?
I think the issue on that is probably going to be you looking at policy EQ2 and the issue of character rather than landscape character. So I think that's the issue. I think the follow-up point will be how small do other settlements get before it becomes important that you keep a gap between them, because inevitably there'll be outlier elements of villages and towns, and they have been absorbed into bigger allocations. But I think the key thing to focus on is character rather than landscape, because again, as we had on the last one, landscape is an issue that we've had tested. Character is something that is potentially more in the gift of the committee.
And finally, the allocation of the site and the previous land search. Could you say something about that?
Is that the healer? Yeah. So this. So if
you could tell people what a healer is.
Yeah. Okay. So the council do a kind of a call for sites, and people are able to put forward sites for consideration, which the council kind of considers the suitability or not of certain sites as part of the HELA, which is the Housing and Economic Employment Land Availability Assessment, which that would then eventually become part of an evidence base to inform the local plan when it's reviewed. So lots of people put forward various sites, and as part of the HELA process, our policy team consider whether or not those sites are acceptable, kind of in principle, but obviously it's a desk-based assessment. So although it's a material consideration, it has relatively limited weight, but it does kind of give an indication of where a future allocation in Tatworth may be proposed, which would obviously be subject to consultation. So it's a material consideration, but it has relatively limited weight.
Okay, do other members have any questions of the Councillor Osborne?
All right, okay. I did sort of email in advance this afternoon, which is probably slightly late notice, because I thought I'd rather give you a heads up than just give it to you cold. And one of questions I had concern the security of private water supplies, because, as was clear, you've got a factory that is dependent on a private water supply that has to be of good quality. You've also got a dairy farm reliant on a private supply, and it has to meet a certain quality, tested twice a year to meet farm assurance standards. And if there was any compromise on that, it would have serious economic implications for those two businesses. How much is of a material consideration is the security of private water supplies or spring-derived water supplies that go to residential and business? So how much of material consideration is that, and how much of the planning balance does it make up? And at what point do we have to take into account the precautionary principle along the lines of, if you are in doubt about something or there is no guarantee that this is a safe thing to do, we shouldn't be doing it?
Well, I think probably, as I've kind of already explained, you know, although, you know, these factors are taken into account, and we have statutory consultees who would consider that, it's probably more of a building regs thing, I would think, than a planning thing, because we can't, you know, the evidence that we've been presented with by the applicant, you know, the geo-environmental risk assessment that's been provided, the details regarding the packaged treatment plant, and the associated details which would need to meet the relevant requirements and legislation. You know, the information we have is, you know, there's no evidence to suggest it is going to have that impact. You know, there's no evidence to suggest it will contaminate water supply.
Can I just ask for a little further clarification on that? Because I had a written response from you as a result of my inquiry, which was exactly the same. You included some information which had been passed on to the agents, I believe, which...
Yeah, so the agents provided a response, which I kind of summarised earlier, but I'm happy to summarise that again, although my mouse keeps going a bit funny. But basically saying that the well, in particular, that was concerned about, that the geo-environmental report that was submitted with the application had identified that well as one of the you know, things that needed to be taken into consideration. So the scheme has been designed taking that into account. The bedrock and soil type means that there's no pathways for water to get to it. The PTP, when it releases into the catchment, it is clean water. So it's kind of considered to be acceptable. And again, there's no pathways to that well. And the you know, the Environment Agency hasn't raised any objection. The LLFA haven't raised any objection. Wessex Water, who are the bodies that would consider this, you know, as a planning officer, we collate, you know, obviously the principle of development and the you know, the planning balance, but we have to take our you know, technical expertise from statutory consultees who know more in detail about these things, because, you know, we're not experts in water, flooding, things like that.
Councillor Osborne.
Can I just come back on that? I'm sort of minded of what Mandy Rice-Davies said to the High Court judge. Well, they would say that, wouldn't they? Because you're relying on what the applicant is telling you. What individual scrutiny? Because water supply is so fundamental to life. It is such a basic. I remember as a teenager falling out with my parents because they wanted to buy shares in water companies and I felt it was morally wrong. But it's such a fundamental, such a material consideration, if this goes wrong, such an adverse impact on economic development. We're talking 67 jobs here, and that has got to be a material consideration. What independent scrutiny did you do of the applicant's work?
As I say, yeah, we've been out to consultees. That's why we undertake statutory consultation, who do scrutinise the, you know, the geo-environmental report, the flood risk assessment, which includes, you know, a foul drainage solution. Natural England have reviewed the shadow HRA and the nutrient neutrality strategy, which included the PTP, as have Somerset Ecology Services. So you know, they are, but we, you know, we can't assume it's going to, you know, it's going to fail. You know, it's kind of...
Councillor Osborne, before you come back in, am I right in thinking what you're telling us, I think, is that the bodies which are responsible for licensing this have already had a look at it and done their technical investigations and have
and they also will need to...
not objected.
And they will have to do that, you know, when the PTP is put into place. You know, it's a... I don't know what legislation and requirements it cover and permits.
The issues are that the putting in place a package treatment plant is actually a process that's overseen by our building regulation service. You know, it's their role to ensure that that solution is appropriate. And the other issue is, does the PTP need a license from the Environment Agency? So there are people in this process who are going to be focused on water quality and the sewage output in detail at that stage, and they have a role to play. And again, it's the issue for us is trying to duplicate somebody else's legislation in a suppositional basis.
Chairman, can I come back, please?
Yes, go on.
I have an example, and I think John knows about it. In Charlton Adam, where we had a pumping station putting raw sewage next to a planned housing estate, and Wessex Water had no comment to make, and it went to appeal, if you remember, John, because we turned it down in Area East, and at appeal, they said that we could not take account of Wessex Water's raw sewage running right within 5 metres of the houses, and gave them the houses at appeal. And I really do feel that we need to look at very carefully what Wessex Water are commenting on or not commenting on.
Okay, can I just ask you to come back on that, John, because firstly you were mentioned, and secondly I want to understand the implications that might be possible to this case.
I can't recall whether the Charlton Adam appeal predated the phosphate issue. If it predated the phosphate issue, then effectively the inspector would be saying, Wessex, you're the people responsible for sorting this out, and the quality of emission wasn't a factor. For this process, Wessex Water are probably sitting outside because they're looking at a private treatment solution. So in this case, it's a question of the Environment Agency licence and building regs. But again, the issue for us is in planning policy terms, trying to deal with a water quality issue where there's another regulatory body that oversees that. So I think, you know, it's one of the areas that needs to be dealt with, but my concern is trying to use policy EQ2 or an environment policy to deal with something where the appellant's case would be, well, I've got to go through the whole building regs process to deal with that. You know, is it for you to determine here? So I think we're coming to a sort of similar point that inspectors will probably not give that issue significant weight from a planning perspective, because it can be easily identified that there are other bodies who actually license that particular activity.
Just ask another question. Is the issue of enforcing a license, is the issue of whether satisfaction for ourselves has been reached in terms of our requirements as a council, is that controlled by the condition that you already have for surface water, foul water, and the package treatment works that's actually in the application conditions?
Yeah, that's covered, and also in terms of its nutrient neutrality, that will be covered by the Section 106, as well as monitoring that and ensuring it continues to do what it's meant to do.
So my understanding is you've got to have legal certainty before that 106 is effective in supporting the application. Thank you. Councillor Well. Sorry, Dibig. She's had many goes. Councillor Well.
Thank you. Is it right that this is under our local plan? Don't pass the book down to me. I've opened it up on my iPad. Is it right under the local plan this settlement no longer has identified development areas, we know, and it will be considered to be within the open countryside for planning purposes? That is correct, is it not?
Yes, that's correct.
Good. And the other question is, should we not be taking into account the other site applications within the parish of Tatworth for housing which has already been allowed, and a housing which is within the local plan, actually, of the Chard, South East Chard, which will add a large number of people and vehicles within the parish. Should we be considering these when we consider this application?
I think there's some similarities with discussions we had last committee about Broadway, Horton and Crewcombe. So, you know, the application that we've just determined is actually broadly, apart from its access, in Merriott, but functionally it looks into Crewcombe, and I think the discussion kind of concluded that Crewcombe was going to take the impact and Merriott wasn't. And I think it's the same point here, that there's an application we have for a part of the Eastern development, which is in Tatworth, but immediately bounds the edge of a functional Chard, and I think we'll look into Chard. So I'd be concerned about saying sheer weight of numbers means the infrastructure of Tatworth will be drowned by all of these schemes, because I think operationally and functionally some of them will consider themselves to be Chard and look in there for education and facilities such as, you know, retail, sport, leisure, health, etc. Again, I think the issue is to look at this one on its merits, because if you know, at appeal you look at how many houses have we delivered, which is separate to how many we've got applications for in Tatworth. I know that the last time we looked at it, by comparison with similar sized villages, it wasn't experiencing the same level of development as some of the other villages across what was former South Somerset. So it's a kind of tricky one to say that cumulatively these are ground for refusal. I think you need to focus on the merits of this scheme and its particular characteristics. So that would be our advice. SS2, obviously your starting point is open countryside, but it is the policy that has allowed development in a number of villages. So, you know, it's the trickiness with SS2 is there is a paragraph that talks about the amount of development will differ depending upon the size of the village and the range of facilities within it. So it gives an outline that larger communities with more facilities can take more than smaller communities, but it doesn't define them. So it means that each decision you make is a one-off, rather than we have a settlement boundary and it's kind of binary yes-no.
Can I come back on that? Although it wasn't this authority, it was probably in this room, and in 22, I believe, there was a refused permission on the other side of Tatworth, the road that runs down Perry Street, in fact, not Perry Street, sorry, 4th Street, which runs down the other side of Tatworth village, very similar to this, with Greenfields on one side, village on t'other. And one of the reasons for refusal by South Somerset was the proposed development, when taken cumulatively with another application was at the same time, which made a total of 47 houses. And other permissions, recent permissions in the settlement, would result in excessive, unsustainable growth of the rural settlement of Tatworth, contrary to policies SS1, SS2, and the adopted local plan 2006-28. There was also the cumulative impact of the development, including recent permissions, would result in harm to existing and future users of the local highway network, especially pedestrians, children's, etc., etc. And that was a South Somerset refusal in 2022 to a 2020 application. And as far as I know, it's never been appealed. And it may well have been resubmitted. I'm not sure, because I'm not the Tatworth rep anymore. But that was a decision made a year ago by a South Somerset Planning Commission, Planning Authority, in relation to Tatworth. Have you any knowledge of that?
Absolutely, yeah. I presented them at committee. So firstly, they were overturns, and the appeal or the decisions couldn't be appealed because about a month or 2 months after the applications were determined, the River Acts went into the nutrient neutrality issue, and therefore unless the applicant had a nutrient neutrality solution, they couldn't successfully pursue an appeal. Otherwise, we would have discovered whether those grounds for refusal had been, were defendable. So yes, that was an overturn in Tatworth. It was 2 applications that were conjoined. It was one that we deferred to get a single access and refused, But as I said, it's, I think, been resubmitted, but it needs a phosphate solution, as do all applications in, in this part of
Can I just ask, you said why it wasn't appealed, but would that decision have actually been during the time when we had a land supply, housing land supply?
We had in 22 lost the housing land supply. Effectively, the housing land supply position peaked in 2020 when we published a figure that we got about 6 point something years worth of supply. But that was based on the count until March. In August, we had the problem. So effectively, we're now 2 years, 10 months into delivering sparing amounts of housing.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions for the officers? Sue? Sorry, I beg your pardon. He's been very good round here.
First one to ask for questions, sat next to him. There you go. I have some questions, although some of them I think you've answered, but I just have a bit more clarification. So the multiple references to policy SS2 and how generally the support is in the village and the surrounding areas, I know you said that it carries little weight, but I think we've seen with probably over 250 plus comments and my inbox waking up to every morning that seems to have exploded from Tatworth on a daily basis. I think it shows the sheer volume of concern there. Are we saying that holds absolutely no weight, or it is a consideration amongst other issues?
I recall seeing the first appeal when it was raised, and the Inspector Neil Pope said it's not a planning issue. Sheer weight of numbers is not a planning issue. It's the legitimacy of the comments being raised.
Okay, thank you. The second one, the report says that some of the representations support the principle of residential development in the site. My overwhelming impression from reading the public comments that most of the objectors emphasise the inappropriate choice of this greenfield site. If you look at the village, as we said before, we previously refused one on a different site for it being just on the wrong side of the road. Are we now saying that we're going to take a completely different view to the one we did just over a year ago?
Sorry, what site was that? This?
Sorry, the one we were just referring to. What my question is, although that you were looking for an approval on that one as well as this one, in light of the fact that we substantially were against that one, what have you put in place that's going to sway us on that?
Well, sorry, I mean, obviously, I think that was a member's overturn, so obviously it's up to everyone to decide on that. In this, each application is determined on its merits, and in this case, we did specifically get a landscape consultant. I don't know whether there was on the other scheme, partly because, we knew that the landscape was going to be an issue, for members, and you'd want that comfort that someone has looked at it, as well as the AONB officer. And in fact, they were consulted fairly late in the process, actually, but we wanted to make sure we had that consultation response in advance of a committee meeting to make sure that that comfort was there. And that's why we undertook that.
Thank you. The calculations on the flooding, can I just check, because there's been questions about whether the calculation has been done on the correct area. There were some of the comments that said that the flooding calculation was done on 3.3 hectares rather than the 4.4. Can I just check that the calculation has been done on the correct area?
I would need to double check that. I don't know, I'm afraid, but sorry. Yeah, so it looks like they did on 4.4 hectares. Yeah.
Thank you. And can I just ask highways? I get that we've done the assessment around the site and the different bits. Have we looked at the impact it's going to have on the overall network, especially on the B3167, and the impact it's going to have on the junctions out there?
If you could bear with me one moment, this isn't my application, so I'm going to have to look at the transport assessment that came with this. So do carry on talking amongst yourselves, and you might want to come back to this.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Tatworth and Forton Parish Council, as we know, commissioned a report that's on the list of documents and the several appendixes replying to all of that. Are you confident and happy that we've answered all of those questions and it hasn't made any change to the recommendation at all?
Yeah, I am. I think most of the highways comments were responded to by a position statement. There was a further addendum, and I don't know whether Alex wants to add anything to that. In terms of the other kind of planning-related issues, I feel they were covered within the committee report.
Yeah, I've got one more question, and then I'm hoping Alex would have found them. So we heard comments about how much money was going 106 to Tapworth and Thornton Parish Council, but we also heard that there was 1.4 million in local infrastructure. Do we have a breakdown of that? Because obviously we're aware we have severe issues with schooling, doctor surgeries, and many of the other infrastructure needs that are around. So it's really nice to see a big pot of money. One, we know it's never guaranteed. We always get offered these pots of monies, and then at a later date there's usually a reason it's substantially cut back. But I'd just be curious as to how much and where that's going.
So yeah, there's this breakdown of the Section 106 agreement monies in the report. It's kind of towards the end. And there's a contribution towards education, which equates to over 9,000 per dwelling. The NHS, it's £576 per dwelling. There's a quick play space will be provided on site by the developer, and that will be Section 106. Dealt with Section 106. There's a contribution towards playing pitches, changing rooms, and youth facilities, which amounts to £1,584 per dwelling. And there's other things that would be covered by the Section 106 agreement, which is also the access, and the phosphates mitigation, the travel plan and access works, and the delivery, the management of the public open space on site. And it's also still liable.
Thank you. I'd read it in the report. I just wanted to clarify because there was two different figures spoken about this evening. Just on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid the second question, I was reading things that so that's gone in one ear out the other, but I can't answer your first one. So looking at the transport assessment that was submitted, yes, they have taken account of certainly more than just what the site is going to generate. They've looked at a number of different junctions. One's Chard Road, the B3167 with the A358, I can list them, there's a few here, B3167 with the A30, Crewcan Road, A358 with the B3162 on the Forton Road, Convent Crossroads in Chard itself, A358 with Holly Rood Street, and B3162 Cashew Link with the A30. So quite comprehensive. I think that's in line with the sites such as Plymouth Simmons site on the south side of Chard, with the junctions that they will have considered within their transport assessments. So for a site of 90 odd houses, that's fairly comprehensive.
Yeah, thank you. That covers most of the junctions in Charles. I was more concerned about the ones in the village, but I'm guessing you won't be able to.
Yes, I mean, with the level of traffic this is generating, that's not going to have any severe impact. We're satisfied with that.
Thank you.
We are talking about a benchmark of severe, is the wording, just to remind members. Thank you.
Thank you. I've just got one more question. One more question, which was to do with the benefits of the site. There's a section in the report on the economic statement. Could you just take us through the summarise that for us, because we've covered that yet.
Yeah, I think this is, sorry, I'm just trying to familiarise myself with it. Yeah, I think this relates to economic benefits of, you know, people moving into the village. You've got economic benefits during construction, where you've got obviously the construction that's employment. There's kind of related, you know, knock-on.
I'm sorry,
effects.
can you be quiet, please?
Sorry.
You were saying?
Yeah, so it's the number of full-time jobs and part-time jobs associated with the actual construction on site, plus the related jobs, you know, that are kind of rely on that in terms of material suppliers, you know, cafes and people like that. Ooh, am I on? Yeah. So, you know, housing development is recognised as a economic, you know, contributes to the economy, and that is one of the benefits. And obviously, it's during construction, it's short term. But obviously you've got people moving into those houses who will make, you know, moving in purchases, buying stuff, you know, for their house, going to the garden centre, you know, those kind of costs that all do make a contribution towards the economy.
I understand the mechanisms. I was really fishing for the number which is in your report, which is local spend of £2 million a year from the people who live in the estate.
Yeah, I think that's probably based. Sorry, I wasn't the case officer actually wrote this report, so you have to excuse that I don't know it inside out. But you know, I know the various bodies produce evidence of how much you know, new housing contributes to the economy. So that's where that will have come from.
Just reminding myself and other members that, you know, our job here is to balance the harms against the gains from the development, and the gains are listed in the report, and we covered the affordable housing and we haven't covered the economy, so and we seem to have covered the infrastructure issue. So I just thought it was worthwhile going to that last corner of the triangle. Does anyone else have any questions? Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. I know you referred earlier, and just to get clarification, part of that Persimmon site does fall within Tatworth, so some of the housing allocation from that will fall physically in the parish itself. So why is that not counting towards what development will fall in the village? Because some of that is also going to be affordable as well. So that's one of my observations on the neighbouringness to the Cedar.
I think the answer to that is that the Cedar scheme was broadly designed to create a more self-contained chard, and it was a positive policy looking at enabling chards, you know, growth. And as I said, the Persimmon scheme will target, I think, also, it will functionally link into chard, same as I said, the Merriott scheme. In terms of things like the affordable housing delivery, it will come down to the council's sort of allocations policy for rental properties, and proximity is usually one of the starting points. So it will deliver an element of affordable housing that could be used, you know, by residents either of Tatworth or Chard. I can't really get into the actual affordable housing, you know, policy in detail, but the policy is set as sort of a donut effect. So you start with the local areas first. So it would deliver for both, I think, Chard and Tatworth in terms of, as I said, the Persimmon site, which obviously has still not yet been determined.
Oh, I hate to say it, but as far as I'm aware, I think the Persimmon site does have outline permission. It's just the reserve matters and the phosphate which is holding that one back.
Can we just have a confirmation of that?
It doesn't have outline. It went to the Council Strategic Committee approximately 2 years ago and was deferred for clarification over the specification required for the Chard Distributor Road, Link Road, that runs through it. It then got caught by phosphates and therefore hasn't been able to come back to committee. I think at the time they were hoping to connect into the River Axe catchment that wasn't caught, but it is one of the applications that will have to come back to this council to be determined finally as an outline application.
Right, okay, I was actually under the impression it was outlined, so apologies for that. But nevertheless, the point remains that that will provide a significant amount of housing demand for Tatworth. Moving on from that, though...
Hang on a moment, Councillor Osborne. My understanding from the officer was that you cannot rely on that yet. I know you want to, but you can't rely on that yet because it hasn't got permission.
It hasn't got. Okay, that's absolutely fine, but you still have to justify going into open countryside. One of the things I'd just like to clarify, John, is NPPF paragraph 73, where you are relying on that saying that extensions to a village are okay and that Tatworth is a village. But actually in our own local plan, which still holds because the local plan review was put on hold, remember, so we're still operating under our old local plan, is that Tatworth is actually a rural settlement. And you've now actually said that as this development falls outside the settlement boundary per se, it's therefore in open countryside. So how can we keep saying that it's an extension to a village when actually it's not, it's a development in open countryside? Can you clarify, please?
Yeah. Policy SS2 deals with rural settlements and below and treats them all as being in open countryside, but is broadly permissive of development to meet local need. So all of your villages none of your villages, have settlement boundaries. They were in the plan you had up until 2015. So every village is open countryside. But against that, policy SS2 is the policy that's allowed a number of villages to take additional development. I think the settlement boundaries have only been retained for Chard and possibly one or two other settlements which had significant areas of development specifically allocated within them. So I don't think this is inconsistent. The report notes that these villages are open countryside, but then sets out a criteria for allowing development. And that criteria, it was actually considered by the inspector at Castle Carey whether it was inconsistent with the MPPF, because the MPPF, I think, kind of assumes that local plans have got settlement boundaries, and outside the settlement boundary, you're not allowing things to happen, particularly when you've got a 5-year housing land supply. So South Somerset sort of departed from that standard, which was to have settlement boundaries around every settlement, and then leave effectively the hamlets as open countryside. We left some relatively large communities as open countryside, but with a policy that then enabled development to come forward around them.
Okay, that's fine. No further questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, in that case, I think we move into the debate. So I'll lead off. Does anyone want to talk about it? Yes, the ward members. Do you want to lead off again?
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone that's kind of taken part in this. We've had lots of conversation and comments both outside of this meeting and before, which has been really helpful. I think there's a really strong feeling around this. I am for and against development in many ways, and I strongly believe that, believe it or not represented in this room, there are a lot of people from Tapworth who have said they would like to see more housing in Tapworth, especially affordable, but not one of them said on that site, which I was quite surprised at some of the conversations that we had. I do feel that this is on a greenfield site. I feel it's on the wrong side of the road. It's an extension to the village rather than infill or anything else around there. I'm really concerned about many of the different issues, especially around the Swiss tool factory and the impact it's going to have locally on the environment and everything else. But I'm going to be really interested to hear what other members have got to say before I make a proposal.
Councillor Kenton.
Thank you. I wonder if the officer could put up the map of the area, please. Yeah, that's great. So Tapworth is not just Tapworth, it's South Chard and various other small areas. But something that is quite obvious if you look at that picture is that the development is all, as you're travelling down the road, it's all on the left-hand side. Everything on the right-hand side is, with the exception of the shop and about 2 houses there, is down little lanes. So Chilson Common is there next to it, but further up there's one called Chilson, and they are literally identical. You drive down the road, it's house, 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 farm, nothing else. And it happens twice, but you can't see it in that picture. So what we're doing is we're connecting Tapworth with the first of those 2 little hamlets that identify that area. So we're going to connect that Chilson Common with Tapworth by building on the wrong side of the road. So it's not what the rest of the village is doing. So I had written some reasons why we could refuse it based on the last conversation that we had for about 2 hours. So I thought that I would go out there and go, I would like to refuse it because it's not in the local plan. It's outside the rural settlement. It's not supported by local people. It's not having regard to local area character, and it's harm to the rural landscape of the Axe River Valley. So, there, thank you.
Okay. Before we hear a seconder for that, can I have some officer comments on those reasons to assist?
Okay. That was pretty gunfire quick, so I'm not sure I got them all. Right. So it's not in the local plan. Well, it isn't because that's the way our local plan works. Other than Chard, Castle Carey, Yeovil, we don't allocate sites. So the fact it's not in the local plan is not an issue. Not supported by local people. I think I don't know whether you wrote this before we got onto the point. SS2 includes a comment about local people, but it was immediately dismissed as the inspector. Local character, I think I touched on when we were having the discussion slightly earlier, that there's a character issue you can use SS2 for. The issue about landscape is a bigger challenge because we've had a look at the landscape, and the landscape officer says there isn't, or the landscape consultant says there isn't a harm to landscape. But there is, you can argue that there's a harm to character because you've got development on one side of the road predominantly and not on the other. So of those points, I would say that your point about regard to local character is a legitimate starting point. I would caution you against using the others because, as I said, not in local plan is self-defeating, and the local support is, you know, we've had that sort of set to one side. But certainly character is a legitimate starting point.
Just before you sit down, I was wondering if you could also provide advice on how that issue with the local plan works in the tilted balance.
Well, the issues that we're looking at are the harms. Castle Carey appeal again, there are harms. Are the harms outweighing the benefits? So you can have harms and still have to conclude that they aren't sufficient to outweigh the benefits. So the issue you have to look at is that change in character, that road is a defensible boundary. There's the clear issue that is this a windfall or is this a significant change in character which, where that scale of change outweighs the benefit of the 35 affordable houses and housing. But there is a change in character. So, I mean, there's always going to be a change in character when you get a housing scheme, but there is, if you like, a road with sporadic development and intense development, and this is on the sporadic side.
Just on that point, what's on the other side of the road? What's on the built side of the road? You're saying...
Houses, and every time you allocate a site, you end up extending, you move the boundary out from where you were before. So what I'm trying to do is narrow down the areas that if people want to put a ground for refusal that have a legitimacy to them and to not go to the areas that, you know, aren't defendable. There is a defence about character that can be run. I think, you know, it isn't a landscape character because we've had that assessed and that has a certain value you attach to, you know, protected and non-protected landscapes. But there is a character case, but the character case needs you to say why that change in character significantly outweighs the benefit.
Jason?
Thank you. I was going to ask Councillor Kempton if I could second her proposal, but also add some bits in. I'm afraid I'm not going to pass John mine because on a couple of hours sleep last night, mine's not quite so neatly written. I was looking to add in the unacceptable harm in relation to highways, flooding and drainage, beefing up the EQ2 with the character in the village. Also maybe add in something regarding the bus, bikes and walkway network in Tatworth, which is incomplete to the newest settlement, which is Chard. Yes, there is a footpath there, but it's probably just safer to walk on the road than it is to walk on the footpath. The erosion between the settlements and the effect on the River Axe.
So can you address the
I think
demonstrability?
Yeah, I would go back to
please.
the things which you're concerned about as opposed to the things that we have evidence that they're fundamentally flawed. So I don't think we have evidence that there's a problem with flooding or highways. If we had, we would have had the lead local flood authority, the Environment Agency or the Highways Authority giving you a ground for refusal. So those areas you're getting into points of technical assessment, which again at appeal an inspector will be looking for your technical appraisal. The issue about facilities, we went through that when we discussed Horton last month. So accessibility to facilities is a legitimate issue. It's a site-specific issue, how walkable and how accessible are day-to-day facilities. Impact on the River Axe, I mean, that was one you would wrap up as a refusal because you need a mitigation scheme which needs to be secured by a Section 106. And at the point in time now, it hasn't been secured. But that isn't a point of principle because, again, Natural England have said, remember, for the purposes of nutrient neutrality, development only needs to deal with its own impact. It doesn't need to clean up the river. That's a separate challenge. it only needs to produce nutrient-neutral solutions. It's not producing a restoration of the river. So of those, I think your accessibility services is a starting point. I think the others are, again, we're risking going into areas where, you know, throwing stuff at an application isn't the best way of dealing with it if you can't justify the number of refusals.
Thank you. Can I just come back on one point a second? Whilst I'll agree and accept all of that, I would say to not put flooding in is probably a shame, because I've delivered sandbags out to these areas. So to say that there isn't an issue with flooding, although we may not have the technical advice, is incorrect, because there are major issues with flooding in that area. But I accept your professional opinion.
Can I just quickly ask for clarification? Presumably the matter before us is flooding associated with the development of this site, and not flooding per se, because I know you've had issues. In terms of the absence of evidence, would it make more sense to be seeking further reports, or would it be pressing?
I guess the issue is, would getting further reports move you to the position of approving the scheme? At the moment, members have doubts in their mind, but doubts don't equate to grounds for refusal. You know, the tests are high. The tests, as Alex has said, in terms of highway impacts are a severe harm. So concern and worry is not meeting that. You know, the evidence, there has to be an evidence base that actually meets that. So if we deferred to have a further review of flooding and I don't know whether there's any point having a further review of highways, because if you like, a report's been commissioned, highways have looked at it and they've given you their position. And if that isn't going to resolve if there is an issue about character or infrastructure, I'm not sure that trying to resolve flooding as a point is necessarily a beneficial outcome. I would counsel against using flooding as a ground for refusal for the reasons that it is, you know, something that the LLFA aren't light touch, you know, and they're very conscious, particularly around Chard, that they've had a role to play in the flood incidents recently. So, you know, I mean, obviously, as you noted in the report, they asked for a lot of information on top of what was originally submitted because they weren't satisfied they had enough. So I would steer away from that.
Mr. Whale.
Thank you. I think one of the major points Jenny brought it up actually is the damage that we are going to inflict on the areas of Chiltern Common. These are rural, they're hardly even hamlets, they're just rural dwellings which have been that way for hundreds and hundreds of years, and this will effectively join them to the village and they'll become a part of an urban estate. And I think there must be grounds for the refusal on the grounds of the damage it will do to Chiltern and Chiltern Common. The character of.
I mean, the point is, you know, the tilted balance says you start with the plan and identify whether the harms outweigh the benefits or vice versa, and accept that you will have departures from policy. So your challenge is, there's a landscape harm, there's not a landscape harm, there's a character issue, and you've now identified that the relationship to Chiltern is a key one. What we really need to understand is why that is a fundamental character issue that means we refuse the scheme. It doesn't mean it's not a reason for refusal. It means we need to be able to articulate why linking Chiltern to the edge of South Chard and Tapworth is a significant harm to character.
Sorry, that's a significant harm that outweighs the benefits of the site as expressed in the officer report of the housing, the affordable housing, the economic gain, the local infrastructure gain. You know, that's a very significant gain, and you're saying that the character outweighs that. Councillor Osborne.
Sorry, I think I'm the one that's been in the firing line at the moment. Sorry, Martin. One of the things you said earlier, John, and I actually wrote it down, was that character as opposed to landscape is in the gift of the committee. That's what you actually said. And this is what we're now discussing, is the irrevocable harm that a development on this side of the road in virgin territory will actually have on the hamlet network of this area, which also is important for tourism, on setting the scene on both the Dorset, on the Devon, Somerset, Dorset border. You're also as well going beyond the settlement boundary, if you have one, on the left-hand side, because you're going completely forward further than the existing settlement. So I believe that there is going to be irrevocable harm to that settlement boundary, and also in terms of that no one has convinced me that there is no risk to the water supply, which will impact potentially on an employer who takes 70 employees and a functioning dairy farm that also will have employees as well as family members, that would also be a harm as well. And yes, you may get some benefit, but if you lose 70 jobs as a consequence, that will undo everything.
Okay, I'm going to bring you in and then Councillor Patrick.
You might want to bring Councillor Patrick in before, because I was
Okay,
going to
Councillor
say
Patrick.
that, hang on, before, my comment was going to be we're heading in the same direction before, talking around the same thing over and over, and I think we've kind of gone to where we need to be.
Okay, is that what you were going to say?
Yes, it was exactly what I was going to say. Thank you very much, Councillor Baker.
Remarkable.
In
that case, Councillor Kenton, do you have a specific...
If I may, Chair, if I may, I would just like to pay tribute to everyone who's emailed us on this committee. You know, we are a council that listens to people, and I'm sure everybody read those emails. Thank you. This is a really tricky application. I really am in two minds, but I think we need to make progress. So I'm going to stop talking. Thank you.
Yes, I think, from the chair, I'd echo that. I may not have responded to more than the first 60 emails, but I have actually read all of the emails, and I've spent probably 4 hours on site over the course of 3 visits. So, took you seriously, and I've clearly passed some of the queries on to officers for further answers to be prepared for the points you've raised. Councillor Kenton, do you have a specific proposal?
Sorry, I thought I'd make one. I'll take out my my reasons that were dissed. So I'm happy to, if John will, is it not having regard to local area character? That's the.
I think the key issue is, and one or two of you have touched on it, that the character of Tatworth, so it's viewed as a sort of gateway, and the character is that you perceive the village predominantly to the north and the countryside to the south, and there is a clear change to that. You've raised the point about Chilson, and my question has been, how do we demonstrate that that harm is so significant that it outweighs the benefits? Now, within that, what is the character of Chilson, which I presume is low density, sporadic forms of housing, which would then become an edge to a more familiar scale of housing density, which is the extension of Tatworth. So there is a case there, because that is a statement of fact. What I'd like is just to understand why those particular harms are so significant. I've tried to articulate what those issues are. What I'm looking for you is why those harms are of such significance. So there is a low density hamlet, sort of sprawling, sporadic, not continuous. There are open fields. There is, however, an immediate village to the north. So it's really defining what is the harm from the scheme and those particular fields. If we can identify what that is, and it could be that it's a single intrusion into an otherwise undeveloped stretch of road, that starts to give you a case.
So I was saying that there are two. So what you can't see in the picture is further up. This is Chilson Common that you can see. Further down on the sort of bottom where that farm is, at the bottom left, there's another virtually identical road called Chilson. So there are two. They're not identical, obviously, but they have the same thing. Like I said, house, farm, That's what they are. They don't go anywhere. They end up in a footpath at the bottom. But once you start building on that side of the road, then it opens up that whole side of that what is rural and has it that characteristic.
Can I just say, I was looking for a specific proposal, firm, short, with...
I gave you one.
No, we've had very, very long things, so can we just go for a set of a reason,
So
and then we can move to a vote?
I've given it twice, so we will refuse on the basis that it's not having regard to the local area character. I don't know if John wants me to make that bigger, but...
Yeah.
That's perfect. I was going to second that, but I just want to make one note in public session that I did reply to most of the emails, but you will note if you talk to each other, you all got exactly the same reply, so that no one, either at this committee or a later appeal, could say that I prejudiced myself by making anyone have an opinion. So that's why you all received the same. But I'm happy to second.
Okay, thank you for that.
One amendment, please, to that. These are traditional farming communities. That's what they are. They are farms of generations.
Can I ask the proposer of the amendment whether she's willing to take that, and the officer whether he's willing to incorporate those words in the final version?
In terms of traditional farming communities, are we going to hit a problem that every time we deal with a greenfield site that we've created ourselves a problem? There is a character that you can argue around Chiltern Common, that its character is sporadic, rural, clearly not village edge, and that would change. I wouldn't go down the route of specific building types.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we've got a firm proposal. Do we have a seconder? Right, we have a proposer and a seconder for refusal on the basis of the change of character, presumably demonstrably outweighing the benefits of developing the site.
Only other thing to add, Chairman, is if we have that vote, is that there's a refusal based on the failure to deliver the Section 106, which is as yet undetermined. So that's an administrative refusal to make sure that if they appeal, they sort that out.
Are you both content with those two amendments? One, that it's demonstrably outweighing the benefits of developing the site, and two, right, okay. So I have a motion before us, which is proposed and seconded. Can I see a show of hands of those in favour of the proposal? Thank you very much. Can I make a further proposal that we agree that the matter of the precise wording is delegated to officers for the reasons of refusal? Thank you very much for your time. And Councillor Hobhouse, just quickly, before you get up, there's more on the agenda.
To the next agenda item I want to talk about, Mr. Chairman, which is we need to have more meetings than one a month.
Right, so the last item on the agenda is the principle that we ask officers to look...
Sorry,
please
Chair,
be
I can't
quiet.
hear.
No, please be quiet. This should be quick. This is the principle that we ask officers to look for an additional reserve date meeting between our regular meetings. We face a backlog of, by my reckoning, 54 major applications now, which are held up for various issues, and they automatically come before us if there's an objection. We also have the normal business that ought to be coming before us, which is getting nowhere near us at the moment. And practically, that means a 2-year delay is built into the system unless we do something to actually improve the cadence. I'm also aware that the current meeting time is not terribly convenient for some members, some of whom are not here tonight. And so the idea would be to have an alternate date to allow more flexible timing for others and be able to put more man-hours into the decision-making process to get more done. Is it your wish that we ask officers to do that? I have a set. Yeah, can I do a quick show of hands for the book? Thank you very much. We can't tell them because this will have to go through the monitoring officer, but I think it's quite clear where we are.
Can I ask that the date and the timing of both meetings are looked at then? Because I know that some members are struggling with this particular date and time because it clashes with other ones. And I'm also very aware that we don't make our best decisions sometimes at 9:30 at night. Thank you.
Can I just say the principal candidate seems to be the second Monday afternoon. I'm looking for Angie and she's disappeared. So that's got one known clash, but that would be the candidate. So we'll look at others, of course. Thank you very much for your time. That concludes the meeting.